Councillors and community, we are about to begin our open forum for our September meeting 2025. We will start with the open forum and then we will convene our meeting. So I'll just bring to everyone's attention that this meeting is being webcast, our public forum is being webcast, and a reminder to those in attendance that you should refrain from making any defamatory statements. Also, a reminder to the gallery that the use of any other recording device is a breach of the Code of Meeting Practice, and anyone contravening or attempting to contravene will be expelled from the meeting. So we'll now begin our open forum with item 5.1, the State Significant Renewable Energy Projects within Yass Valley submission. It gives me pleasure to introduce Mr. Michael Gray. If you'd like to come up to the lectern, Michael, and we have 3 minutes for speaking, and councillors may choose to ask you a question and you may choose to answer it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, CEO and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. My desire to write this submission to council came from my original involvement with wind turbine projects as a real estate agent in 2015, where I was asked to address a community group in Yass on the effects of property values of neighbourhood landowners to wind farm projects that were proposed to be established at Conroy's Gap and Bookham. I was also involved in negotiating compensation payouts for affected landowners. My previous position as an RFS group captain for Group 1, which involved the bushfire management of Bookham, Byrone, Bowen, Yass and Kangaroo areas, in conjunction with the role of Cobbler control during the Cobbler Road fire in 2013, made me fully aware of the fire management history and issues faced in these areas of proposed renewable energy projects. During my 27 years as a firefighter and fire manager in the Southern Tableland Zone, I have specialised in aviation within the RFS, its management, safety and implementation of fire attack suppression. I'm going to have to stop, I'm sorry. I've got incomplete quadriplegia and it's way too hot in here and I'm about to faint.
Okay,
So I just need some water and I'll move on, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Can we get your chair?
I'll move on. It's all good, sorry about that.
That's all right.
No.
Right, Michael?
That will wait.
Can you take your top off?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Just a
Take
your jumper off.
While renewable projects have had an impact on the social fabric of communities and financial implications on land values, upon reviewing all approved and proposed renewable projects to be established within the high fire risk areas of Yass Valley LGA, I felt it appropriate to bring to council's attention the potential issues that these projects may create in critical early fire suppression using aircraft and subsequent threat to fire management and the protection of both life and assets within the locations outlined in my submission. I have also recently been involved with other renewable projects and their effects to fire management and assisting the Wimmera Valley Environmental and Agricultural Protection Association in Victoria and the Valley Alliance in Tamworth. My submission has been peer reviewed by Mr. Peter Alley, Rural Fire Service, Southern Tableland Zone, Yass, Goulburn and Crook, retired 2025 with 35 years of experience. I'll finish at that because I don't think I'll go much further.
Look, thank you so much for coming in to be available if there are any questions, Mr. Gray. It's noted that it's not without challenge, so thank you very much. Councillor Flannery.
Michael, thank you for that, and it is a while since I've seen you. I knew your dad well, and I'm sorry he's not with us. He spent a long time, and we had many discussions about how to make Canberra beautiful through tree planting, and his thesis is very dear to me. And so I just understand, the metrics behind wind towers, and that, there can be land value that can be, it's debatable whether land value is reduced or whatever through it. But how do you think the impact of so many tall towers would be on the visual aesthetics of the Yass Valley? When I was talking to one of the Indigenous gentlemen at the Bookham Downing Hill Walk, he talked about his people living in the hills and walking up there as protection. And I just wondered when I listened to you about your dad's work in the beautification of Canberra and how these wind towers would really change the way we see our landscape from a visual perspective and a cultural perspective.
Yeah, look, I think you'd be horrified.
Yeah, thank you.
You know what my dad's like, you'd be horrified with it all. Look, I think my wife summed it up. We've been farming down in the Riverina for the last 5 years. They moved back to Yass last year. And my wife pretty much said we're just turning Yass into an industrial town.
Yep.
And her exact words to me the other day was when I was did the work on this over the last month, she just basically said to me, well, if anyone want to come and live in Yass with 800 turbines and 1.2 million solar panels. So as I said, my submission to all of you is non-biased. It doesn't matter what I feel about turbines, it's more about the firefighting side of it, which is my expertise. Everyone's going to have their own opinion, but I think people in the cities tend to be more supportive. People at the towns and communities, which I'm working from all the way from Victoria to Tamworth at the moment, they're the ones doing the heavy lifting and struggling with the impact of it all and the visual impact on it all.
And cultural, of course.
Yeah, and cultural, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was a large body of the creation of Canberra and the creation of these towns.
And as you know, my family have been conservationists for 50, 60 years, and we've always applied that to our farming as well. Having a dad that's in the industry, you don't get a lot of choice, and we've done a lot of rehabilitation of the Yass River and different areas. I put 15,000 trees out on the property near Hall. So it's been that ongoing thing, and I think just the destruction of habitat, especially back towards Bookham, where you start to get into that Bondo and that area where they're going to be putting all these.
Potentially.
Potentially. But yeah, I think you'd be a bit horrified over it all.
Thank you.
Councillors, any further questions for Mr. Gray? Mr. Gray, if you could just sum up for me what you consider the risk to human life of being able to suppress fires with that unprecedented number of projects side by side. So from Jeremiah to Bondo to Saddletop to Bookham to Benjanine and then beyond to Bango and Rye Park. And what's new about these ones that we haven't seen in the Bango and the Rye Park yet?
Yeah, the biggest issue with these, and look, we've dealt with wind turbines in the past, with firefighting, we've had management processes in place to deal with them. The difference between most of the ones we're seeing now in Yass have been here quite a long time. They're pretty much in single file. A lot of the Victorian ones where they put the brochures out promoting firefighting and look how easy it is to put aircraft through 300 metre wide turbines, and isn't it great? They're all on days after the fires are finished. They're on much lower fire danger rating. The visibility for pilots is clear. The problem with these projects is they're all cluster formation. So when I say cluster, you've got a main road all the way down through the centre, a service road, and then you've got roads coming off every single one of them. And the problem with that is when you're flying an air tractor, for instance, they travel at about 286 kilometres an hour, is their normal speed when they're firefighting. To go through the middle of one and then you've got one in line with it, it basically becomes a no-go zone. So on a catastrophic or extreme weather day, the chances of being able, once the fire hits that area or even starts in that area, we're not going to be able to have aircraft slowing those fires down. So the impact on life, whilst, with Cobbler's Road, there's a good example, despite that being incredibly fast moving fire, we never lost a house, we never lost a person, thank goodness. But that could have been catastrophic had that hit Yass. So looking after 30 or 40 homes is a bit different to looking after a couple of thousand. Same with Canberra, going in through Canberra in the 2003 fires. The fact that those coming from Bondo and that area through Jasper, that's a whole different ball game again. And once those fires get in there, we really need aircraft in the initial suppression, and without aircraft, they're just going to run very fast over distance and get big. And that's the biggest issue. Whereas in a single file, we've got half a chance of doing something. But once we get into a cluster formation, and that's my greatest concern, that every one of these projects has been designed in that way, that's the biggest issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. I think we can release him.
Thank you. Next slide.
Almost. Councillors, our next item is in regard to 6.2, the development application for the geotechnical investigation 736 Childala Road, Bookham. And our speaker is Mr. David Weir, speaking against. Thank you.
Mayor and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. While this DA is presented as low impact, several serious concerns remain unresolved. First, its inconsistency with the RU1 primary production zone. The SEE claims the works are temporary and therefore compatible, but RU1 objectives require more than the absence of permanence. They require active protection and sustainable agriculture and rural character. Second, road safety. Submissions and open forum clearly identify the danger of heavy vehicle movements relating to this testing clashing with school bus hours on the Barrenjock Road. Neither officer's report or Squadron Energy's response addresses this specific risk. I call for a binding restriction that no heavy vehicle movements for these works occur during school bus hours. Third, piecemeal development. The ecological assessment itself confirms these works are directly tied to the wind farm scoping report and the EPBC referral. This is not standalone activity. It is the first stage of a much larger industrial project. Case law is clear. Council cannot lawfully defer foreseeable impacts to a future DA. The New South Wales Land and Environment Court has repeatedly held that you cannot artificially split a single larger project into smaller applications to avoid a proper environmental impact assessment. If the future stages are reasonably foreseeable, they must be considered at the same time. Fourth, groundwater and farm water security. Boreholes can permanently alter aquifers if not sealed properly. Yet there is no enforceable conditions requiring independent sealing, monitoring or protection of agricultural water supplies. Once disturbed, groundwater pathways cannot be restored. Biosecurity. Yass daisy is a listed vulnerable species, occurs within the testing corridor as close as 130 metres to a borehole site. The DA proposes only to relocate works if found. That is not a safeguard, it's a self-regulation by the proponent. And finally, unenforceable conditions. Promises about cleaning machinery, limiting access or shifting test pits are voluntary, vague and lack independent oversight. Council risks approving a DA with conditions that can't be policed. Thank you, Council, and I urge you to not accept this DA. Thank you.
Councillors, do we have any questions for Mr. Weir?
I don't have any questions, I just commend you on your work that you've done to put that together. It was really very informative.
Thank you. Better thank my wife.
And if we could get a copy of that, that would be appreciated if you could email that in to us.
Sure.
And I do totally concur that when you slice things up into little pieces is very, I mean, it's clear what this DA is about, and I feel like the Yass Council is one chance at saying no.
I'm
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Councillors, again on item 6.2, we're hearing from Mr. Derek Bush.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for letting me talk to you again. Third time lucky. Let's see how we go. My name's Derek Bush. I'm from 442 Shildale Road in Bookham. I am very pleased to be here tonight to actually speak on behalf of my community again against this proposal. This is not about earthworks. I didn't realise that this project was called Bookham Test Pits and Boreholes. I have documentation, everyone has documentation, it's from Squadron Energy and Bookham Wind Farm. I have a payment schedule that's come from Squadron, what they're going to pay me for compensation, which is absolutely useless, on what I'm going to receive as a neighbour, which I do not want. I actually want to be left alone and to have this huge big turbine move back far enough so it actually doesn't implement me. But that's all written in their documentation. It doesn't say Bookham Test Pits and Boreholes. It's actually just a bit of scope creep. I have a little brochure here that comes from Squadron. The introduction of a wind farm into the landscape requires careful design and consideration of potential impact on surrounding communities. Can't see this happening at the moment. There's not a lot of impact happening as far as us we go. We don't count. There's nothing that Squadron's doing to us that makes us feel like we're part of this. It's all just been thrown down our throat. As far as the DA goes, setback distances is outdated, bushfire risk is unacceptable, compensation is inadequate for neighbours and the community. We talk about the three-tiered approach to money, it's absolutely ridiculous. This is overriding council's form of policy, public liability insurance uncertainty is outrageous. I can't get public liability if I burn out their wind farm. I cannot get enough money to cover it. Property devaluation, keep going. Noise impact has never ever been demonstrated to anyone that's a host or an actual neighbour. Squadron is a massive company with massive amounts of resources. They have no regard for us whatsoever. Well, my 3 minutes is not going to be long enough. The CEO of Squadron sent a letter to the community down in Victoria, and I'm just going to read the first paragraph. As Squadron Energy, we need to begin to acknowledging that we didn't get it right. We came into this community intending to share information about our proposed wind farm. Instead, we created concern and division. This is on us. We need to do better. I have a whole letter here if you'd like to read it. There's so much there. Squadron knows they're not doing the right thing by this community, by any other community. Okay, because I'm running out of time, we're going to go right through to the fact that this DA is not considered a state significant development yet. Squadron's pushing this through, and are they going to take us to the Land and Environment Court? Probably. Do they have grounds to do this on? They think they do. But to be honest, this is not a development that this actual council wants. It's not a development the community wants. It's extracts in the Land and Environment Court. There's precedent for councils, Schaefer Corporation versus Hawkesbury Council, Goldsmith versus Blackstown City Council, Ralph Lauren versus City Council. This has all come from the Land and Environment Court, where they've rejected the fact that a piecemeal approach with DAs that don't actually have the full actual amount of the project involved is not right. I have got so many pages here, so I can talk about it. So I know I've run out of time, so please, if you want to ask me anything, I'm up for it. I have a map showing the cluster effect from the turbines, if you'd like to see that. I've got a payment schedule here from Squadron to show that it's actually Squadron Energy with Bookham Wind Farm, not Bookham Test Pits. I have a letter from the CEO of Squadron, and I have months and months and months of research in this diary fighting this project. Please ask me anything you like.
Councillors, you have your invitation. Do you have any questions for Mr. Bush? Councillor Flannery.
Sorry. Thank you for that, Derek. I was just wondering about the finances and the money a little bit.
Yeah.
And Squadron seem to have landholders that are happy to have towers on their farms and things, and others that aren't. And it seems that there's the people that get them get quite well compensated, and the ones that don't, and there's a whole lot of models that float around. But I mean, I was just wondering if people, what do you think, if people were offered no money, but the community was given a benefit, like the community could build a hall, build something, do you think that any of your neighbours would agree to it? Like if they actually got no financial benefit, but the community won? Because that's effectively what these retailers are doing. They're taking something and putting, like they're detracting from the whole of the area, but only certain people get paid for it.
There's a very short answer and a very long answer to that. The short answer is there's no chance that any of the hosts in the Brooklyn area would be letting them do what they're doing at the moment. How hard did they fight against Humlink? Everyone fought against Humlink. No one wanted those towers, except land acquisition took it from them. The payment so far I've heard from the Brooklyn project is $52,000 per turbine. The amount of actual turbines is going up and down weekly. Squadrons are refusing to talk to us anymore because basically my last little effort here and the effort from my community really made them pretty cranky. So we haven't received an email since, we haven't received a phone call, and no one's returning our calls. But so 52,000 a turbine over between 89 and 96 turbines is roughly what they're thinking about. It's a pretty good amount of money for the individual hosts. As a neighbour, I have 41 turbines within 5 kilometres supposedly going to go in within my house. That equates to a potential $50,000 payout. There's other people within my area very close to me that actually have more turbines than that. That's going to be right on top of them. As far as community benefit goes, look what's happened with Humlink. You know, all the rivers of gold that have been promised to the community for Humlink, and where's that ending up? You know, it's like a lottery to see if you can actually get anything. Is that going to help our community? There's this huge amount of money that a place like Squadron wants, a company like Squadron wants to pump into the community, so-called, to get their development up. I actually don't really feel that this community is going to benefit from it. Look at the blowout in the Humlink budget. What about $3.4 billion or something now? And what's going to happen with the Squadron blowout budget as well? The community ends up, the Commonwealth government's going to end up paying more and more money to put this together. Is tonight the last chance that New South Wales has of stopping this? Like, if this council is being used as a test case to have, this company Squadron override this council with potentially, maybe going to the Land Environment Court because you don't agree with them. The council has the rights to not agree to this. Is this just going to open the floodgates for the rest of New South Wales, the rest of the Yass? Every single wind turbine company is going to say, we're going to give you lots of cash, here it all is, here's the Bentonine cash, here's the Conroy's Gap one, here's that, and council's going to have no say? Is it not going to be 600 turbines, is it going to be 5,000 turbines? Anyway, you guys got to make a decision on this one. You can see where I stand. I'm sorry, but I'm very emotional about this. I'm trying to be very calm.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Do we have any further questions from councillors? Thank you for your contribution.
Sorry I took up so much time. It's a big issue.
Thanks,
Councillors, we're moving on to item 6.3, development application for the multi-dwelling house 7 Hanley Place, Yass. Our speaker is Mr. Nicholas Cavallo, speaking again.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for the opportunity to speak today. Just for the record again, I speak against the recommendation of Council staff and seek the development to be approved in its current form. I would just note that in terms of the recommendation, the reasons for refusal are relatively narrowed or relate only to the matter of site area which is governed by clause 4.1D, Council's LEP, and hence my comments today largely relate to that and the reasons for refusal. I thought I'd start off with a bit of background in terms of what I understand the intent of clause 4.1D to be and its intended outcomes as to when it was adopted. So it was introduced through a planning proposal by council back in 2020, and at that time it was in direct response to the potential impact of state government's low-rise medium-density housing code. This code was to allow for dual occupancy, manor houses and multi-dwelling housing development by way of complying development through way of state government controls and avoiding the need to lodge a DA, which would not ordinarily be assessed through council. And hence the control we have today, which doesn't seek to control other forms of residential accommodation such as apartment buildings, boarding houses and other forms of housing. The basis for adopting then the one dwelling per 400 square metres, which is the basis for the variation that we are seeking today through this application, can be found within Council's Bill Form Study of 2011. This policy is made quite some time ago, at a time when multi-dwelling housing, this form of housing, was significantly different in form, and the housing landscape was vastly different to where we find ourselves today. The adoption of the clause by Council, in my view, was not intended to preclude quality multi-dwelling housing development that contributes towards housing diversity and choice within the LGA, but to prevent development being undertaken as compliant development without regard to the local context and conditions. As of the 2021 census, such housing comprises circa 4.1% of housing stock within the Yass Valley LGA, a very minor percentage when we compare it to the New South Wales average and even adjoining regional councils. In terms of the current application, we do respectfully disagree with the recommendations and assessment of council staff. In our view, a robust variation statement has been prepared in support of the application, demonstrating the compliance in the technical terms is unreasonable or unnecessary in this circumstance, and there exists sufficient environmental planning grounds to justify the variation we are seeking. To address the matters raised in an independent peer review prepared by Premium Council, we sought legal advice from a leading planning and environmental law firm, Mills Oakley, and an amended variation statement was prepared. This was to ensure that the proposal as submitted was robust and capable of being granted consent by Council.
I'll get you to just wrap it up.
Yep, we'll do it. The legal advice was clear in the support and clearly addressed the matters raised. I would just draw Council's attention in terms of its policy intent. Its most recent policy position on matters of yield with respect to this form of housing can be found in Council's DCP 2024, and which, in my view, is an omission in Council's report. Section D 2.1 provides an avenue for the consideration of applications that do not strictly comply with the site area provision, and I'll just, which is as stated, where it can be demonstrated that the objectives of this part are met, a smaller minimum site area may be considered. The objective being to ensure that dwelling occupants have adequate access to private open space for the quiet enjoyment of their property and recreational opportunities. So I would just say that while there is, yes, an LEP clause, and we do need to meet the test to vary it, Council most recently in its policy has sought to include controls which seek to provide a pathway where there may be reasonable conditions to vary the development standard, and that is very, very current. So,
okay, I think I'll have to cut you off there, Mr. Cavallo, to make time for the rest of our presenters, but thank you very much. Councillors, do you have any questions for Mr. Cavallo? Councillor Flannery.
Anyone else can go first. Yeah, you can go first now.
Yeah, I have a nice question. Mr. Cavallo, can you just declare your interest in this application, please?
so I'm the town planner acting on behalf of the proposal.
Thank you.
Sorry, councillors, that's not actually in my notes here to introduce me correctly to you. Thank you. Councillor Flannery.
On the same line as Councillor Chari, so do you have an office in Yass, or are you based? Do you have an office here?
No, I have worked previously within the region, but our office is not in Yass.
Right. And so I guess what I have a problem with, which isn't really a question, it's just a problem in my head, is you're talking about land and community as a commodity. You're saying we can section it up, we can do this, the LEP allows this, doesn't allow that. But there's a community that don't want it, overwhelmingly. And so I just wonder, in terms of as a real estate agent, do you ever consider that?
Sorry, I'm a town
Sorry,
planner
a
by
town planner,
trade.
do you ever,
Apologies.
sorry about that. Do you ever think about that? Like as how a development like this might affect the community around it that don't want it?
I guess the context when you say community around it, I'm not aware of a broader community issue with the type of housing that we're seeking to deliver here.
Okay, so
I understand there are
10
objections.
submissions, 1 support, 9 raising objections. 1 support, 9, that's the community around it.
Yeah, I understand. So in terms of the immediate, I'm assuming the immediate community, definitely in terms of the design process, we always seek to provide advice in town planning matters with the view of seeking something that sits appropriately within the context and has a good chance of approval. That's my general ethos. In terms of what we're proposing, I appreciate that it is, I guess, different in the context that it is multi-dwelling housing reform that perhaps is not readily evident in council or in this particular area. But I also do, as part of it, I guess, being a town planner as a professional, we have to navigate that change also. And I appreciate that can be difficult, but in terms of our advice during the design phase and what can be achievable, that is definitely something that we seek to advise on. And I understand in terms of the initial discussions with council staff on this, it was for a greater amount. It was at 7 dwellings. That was eventually reduced to 6, which is what's currently proposed. On advice from council with respect to, I guess, the amount of density on the site and the impacts and things like solar access and amenities. So it is something do take seriously. Sorry, it's a lengthy response.
Can I ask a question about your 4% statistic that you presented? So character is quite an important consideration in planning.
It is.
So this would at one level appear out of character, right? So the whole clause you're referring to is a may clause, right? And may is a lovely word in law. I've spent a lot of time arguing in my life. But what it means is that you could say yes, or you could say no, provided you've got a reason for either way. I'm interested that you haven't used character as one of your conversations, because you are talking about change. And so a change against character raises a higher threshold. And I'm just worried that there isn't really a submission that addresses that here.
In terms of, I guess, our general submission and what we, I guess, how we consider character, we have considered in certain ways in terms of, one way to consider characters in terms of the streetscape character and context. This development, whilst it is different in terms of the streetscape and what's ordinarily found, it is significantly, in terms of its design and the nature of its kind of lot layout, it is set back some circa 30 metres from the front property boundary. So one of the considerations, I guess, is in terms of how does it sit in that context, and we would say, well, there's quite a significant separation in terms of the streetscape. It won't be readily read in terms of that character, at least from that perspective. It is single story in form when looking from that avenue, so in some ways, in that context, I would consider it to be compatible, but I appreciate there's broader views that may be achieved in terms of that scale or sense of scale.
And one of the arguments here is that this is an attempt to make changes to the LEP by stealth, right? And maybe there's a case that the LEP, and there is a case that it definitely needs updating. But one of the challenges around this is that exceptions create new rules, right? So if we permit this, then it makes it much harder to permit any other DA that comes in and says something very similar. And so that's the stealth question, right? And then the character question is we change the character by a decision that originated around this.
I would say in terms of character, so in terms of we look at within the context of the existing controls and putting aside to the fact that we have a clause 4.6 variation, multi-dwelling housing is permitted within the zone. A certain density contemplated specifically for the sites under the controls would allow for dwellings. So in my view, it would allow a comparable development under the current controls, putting aside the clause 4.6. So I don't see that as, and you could say that is a change to the character, but it's still one that's contemplated by council's controls, and I would say it's compatible, albeit it is a change. In terms of the stealth, I don't necessarily agree with that. We are going through a robust process here. There has been quite a bit of back and forth to arrive at the position we are, particularly in terms of the variation we're seeking. It's not just away you go. So I don't believe it creates an issue of sort of precedent. I guess that's what you might be getting at. That would be my.
Mr. Cavallo, if I can ask you a question. If not this type of dwelling, what is possible on the block to utilise the full 0.5 floor space ratio versus the land?
So I guess, if we're talking straight metrics, so to your point, we are permitted 0.5 to 1. Well, that is the maximum permitted FSR. We are under that. So in terms of the amount of building on the site, we are less than what we are permitted by circa 160 square metres. So technically, we could increase the size of the built form and reduce to 4 dwellings or 4.7 dwellings, which I appreciate is a hypothetical. That is what would be allowed under council's controls as it is. So in terms of, and to council's assessment report, it doesn't necessarily raise issues with the amount of built form, the distribution of built form on the site, but it is strictly a highly technical, of course, matter around density.
So if not these 6 dwellings, if it was flats, how many could you do?
In terms of an apartment building, so we wouldn't be governed by council's density provisions. We could have, let's say, if this was a residential flat building and there were 6 apartments, we would not be subject to the same scrutiny in terms of the standard. We could put a boarding house technically with, and I'm just going to pull the figure out here, let's say 10 rooms or 10 plus. That also would not be subject to the scrutiny of this clause. It is very specific to dulux, manor houses and multi-dwelling housing.
Thank you.
Question.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you for coming to speak to us today.
Pleasure.
I would just like to know, in terms of the demographic of our community members, who would you see moving into these dwellings? Who are these suitable for?
I guess a range. So in terms of the typology, the 3 bedrooms, they have, relatively, compliant but modest private open space areas that are sort of intended to be easy to maintain. The demographic that they're sort of intended for, and I appreciate I'm not a real estate agent, is is downsizers, first home buyers, and typically that market potentially, and it is a bit of a buzz phrase, but sort of key worker as well, given it is built for purpose, it is of quality, and it is doesn't have a maintenance burden, I guess, that a large lot which would have 400 square metres and a home would carry.
Okay, thank you. When we're talking about housing diversity, which I fully support and think that we are lacking in Yass Valley, for me, I do correlate that with affordability. And if we're talking about a high price range for these individual, I'm going to call them units, even though they're 3 bedrooms, but they're all clustered together on a small block. I would want the community members to be able to get into something like that at a really affordable price. However, I've heard that this could go up to $900,000 per unit, which I don't correlate with being affordable or addressing a national housing crisis. So, I'm struggling to see what demographic this is actually suitable to.
I understand, and I guess there's probably others, and particularly another speaker, will speak tonight that perhaps can answer that question a bit more than I can. In terms of, I guess, the only thing I would add is, in general terms, I guess the increase in terms of the housing type, there is the kind of indirect argument that it does also lead itself towards freeing up other forms of housing that exist as well in terms of downsizers. I appreciate that it's not a direct correlation with affordable housing, but it is attainable, I guess, housing, and I think Brendan will be able to speak to that more directly.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cavellan. I don't think we have any further questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Speaking to the same item, 6.3, Mr. Brendan Price, speaking against the recommendation. And councillors, Mr. Brendan Price is the owner of the lot and the property.
Good evening, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to respectfully request your support for the approval of a well-planned development, 6 thoughtfully designed townhouses proposed for 7 Henley Place. Yass, as we all know, is growing, not at a breakneck pace, but steadily and thoughtfully. Families, retirees, and working professionals are increasingly choosing to call this region home. Yet our housing stock is not keeping up with this demand, particularly when it comes to diverse attainable options. These 6 townhouses are not high-rise apartments, nor are they disruptive to the fabric of our community. They are low impact, aesthetically in line with the local character and designed to meet real housing needs. Especially for first home buyers, downsizers and essential workers who contribute daily to the life of our town. We're talking about gentle density, the kind that allows Yass to grow without losing what makes it special. The proposal helps address the growing housing pressure without sprawl, without overdevelopment, and with strong attention to local amenity design. Furthermore, this development supports the goals of both the Yass Valley Local Strategic Planning Statement and New South Wales Government Housing Strategy, which emphasises compact, well-located and sustainable growth. The site has been chosen for its proximity to existing infrastructure, water, sewage, roads, meaning no additional strain on council services, and we're committed to landscaping, parking and ensuring privacy for neighbours. Approving these townhouses sends a clear message that Yass is a forward-thinking, inclusive community that welcomes a range of housing options for a diverse population. Let's not miss this opportunity to provide for the future without compromising the charm of the present. Thank you for your time and considering a project that aligns with Yass's values and future.
Congratulations, Mr. Price, you haven't hit a bell, so thank you for your succinctness.
Well done.
Councillors, do we have any questions for Mr. Price?
Yes, I do. Mr. Price, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate your time, mate. It's been a while since we've had a discussion about this since planning forum. I'm curious as to your thoughts on the traffic congestion issue. Obviously, Hanley Place, you live in there yourself, of course, as you told us. One-way loop on a steep hill, quite narrow road. Noting, let's hypothetically say this development goes ahead, you've got another 6 dwellings there with potentially 2 to 3 residents living in each one of them. Each one of them could have 1, maybe 2 vehicles. How do you see this playing out? And obviously, I'm asking the question very pointedly because I'm concerned about the access of emergency vehicles and delivery vehicles in that particular area.
Good question.
Thank you.
I don't just live there, I actually developed this subdivision. I rely on my experts to give me that advice. My engineers have signed off on it, traffic engineers. I was the first person to live there, I built the first 2 houses there. I don't see a problem in any shape or form. I think when you drive into Riverview Estate, you've got a dual access, 2 lanes, then you go to the single lane. That was designed that way to fit in with the form of the landscape when we designed the infrastructure. It also allowed for the amenities that were built there, the houses, to have that view of over the township and down the valley. The block that we're talking about now, and this comes back to your question, that was always designed to be for townhouses. If you have a look at the building envelope on the block, it's the biggest on all the blocks up there by far. It was always in a private space. It was in a community of its own, and it's the last block that was designed to come out of that subdivision. There's plenty of people to park on both sides of the road on the access into Hanley Place. It's well over 100 metres long. It gives great access we can't build any infrastructure if we're going to have that sort of problem. I wouldn't be building it there if I thought I was going to put people in danger. The reason I did it, I think I explained this before, my wife was the one that encouraged me. I didn't want to do any more stuff in Yass. And she was the one that was concerned about the housing need in the community. So for instance, the townhouses there, they will sell between 8 and 900,000. The house behind it, 5 family place, it was on the market 1.15 million. So if you say the townhouse will sell for 850, that's $300,000 difference. We've done no marketing. All we've done is put a sign up at the block. We wanted to test the market. We already have three people which are downsized that want to actually buy the property. It gives them that access. I think it's great for the town. I think it's important that we keep growing this town. I love this town. That's why I live in this town. I've done a lot of development in the past and really encourage people to develop in this town. And we need entrepreneurship. We need young people that come through that want to really help grow the town and give us better infrastructure. I look at places like where you live in Murray-Bateman. You're about to go through one of the biggest growth phases that you've ever seen in that place, with what's going to happen there with the land that council owns, and I'm aware of the family that owns the land around it, and what the plans will happen there. And you guys are going to get great infrastructure. We have very old infrastructure in Yass, so I like to see the land that we've got used to its best potential. I did hear a question before from one of the councillors, or one of the comments. They talked about, if you approve this, is this going to really open the floodgates per se? The last townhouse development I did of this size was over 20 years ago, which was in Glebe Street, which was 6 townhouses on a 2,000 square metre block. I think over those 20 years, only about 5 of those townhouses have really been sold. Again, there was a need for it. I've done this because there's a need for it in the community. I think there will be a couple of first home buyers that will buy some, and I really think it's a downsizing market because it is in a nice location. It's quiet. It's very quaint in its aesthetics. But again, I wouldn't be building something like that. I think it was going to interrupt my life. And I'm the first person that everyone's going to drive past in Sutton. I think it's great. I think we've spent about $50,000 so far on the planning advice, the lawyers' advice, and I'm committed. I'm in, full stop. So whatever happens tonight, I have 2 choices. Tomorrow morning, I'm waking up and I'm ringing my architect, let's get on with the construction drawings, or I'm ringing up Nick and I say, right, let's go to land environment. It's not to say that I want to be right, it's I say this is the best for Yass. Yass deserves this stuff, just like it deserved Riverview Estate and other stuff that I've done in the past, Willow Creek Estate, the townhouses I've done in the past. We deserve it. We deserve people to live in that infrastructure. And again, I can't say it enough, I love this place. And I'm not here for pure money reasons, because money doesn't drive me. I'm very creative in the way I think, and I love what I do. But really, at the end of the day, you councillors have the choice tonight what you make. And that's on you, not on me, and I say that very, very respectfully. But I've done this because there's a need in the community, and I want to help that need in a community where I actually live, and I've lived here for 25 years.
If I may, Madam Mayor. Mr Price, thank you for that, really appreciate it, mate. And I don't want to steal the thunder of Councillor Butler, because I know she asked a question that's probably going to follow up. But I'm really interested as to what your rationale is. Obviously, you just told us that these dwellings will go to 850, maybe higher, per dwelling.
Between 8 and 9.
Yep. So a median house price for a 3-bedroom house in Yass is close to 700. So when it comes to a rationale of affordability and accessibility, how convince me, because I'm not buying it right now.
No, that's fine. So three-bedroom houses?
Yep.
Give me an understanding, what are they, new, old, second-hand, what?
3-bedroom house, mate.
Yeah. So I'll give you an instance. There's an older couple that bought in Rossler Street, they're downsized. Could not find anything like this what we want to do. They're still not in it 12 months later. You know why? Because the house is not up to scratch. They spent $800,000 on the house, around $800,000. They're going to spend another $200,000-300,000 just to do it up. They're in their 70s. That's the stock we have in this town. If you go back and look what we've got with multi-residential, we haven't got the floodgates open. People ain't racing into this town to be multi-residential. They're not. What we need is new stock, good stock. We've got lots of residential subdivisions, single owner, 900, a million. There's the bigger blocks in town are going for 1.2 million now. There was a record sale that I believe happened here just recently out the back of Yass, up Rosswell Street, 2.4 million. So if you want to go into Canberra and you want to buy a 3-bedroom, double garage apartment out in Woden, 1.2, 1.3 million. You want to go to Denman, you want to get a product like this in Denman, 1.4, 1.9 million. Like, it's a simple thing that we don't have this stock in Yass. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the people knocking on the door at my real estate agent wanting to buy the stock.
Thank you, Mr. Price. One final question, Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Mr. Price, for your presentation and your care of Yass. I just am curious about one thing, is you say Yass deserves this, and yet 9 out of 10 people, and you're the one, said they don't want it.
Yes.
So I feel that you're actually, and excuse me if this is a bit frank, but I'm pretty frank, you're believing your own rhetoric, that Yass deserves it, but no one wants it. Like, that's not your statement. Yass deserves it is what you said. Although the statistics say no one around wants it. You're saying, I believe it because 3 people have knocked on my door. Well, that's a commercial thing, that you're providing something that, is that it seems at good value.
Councillor Flannery,
So what's the
My question is,
Yeah.
how do you stack up with the idea or your statement, Yass deserves this, with the statistics that no one wants it, in that were asked? Like, how have you made your beliefs come about that Yass deserves it, although no one around it wants it?
You want to answer the question?
I asked it.
So, depends what statistics you look at. You look at the 9 that have said they don't want it,
Yeah, who
or the
did that?
people that have never commented on it, that are happy for it to go ahead. And then let's talk about the 9 that you say don't want it, right? Out of those 9 submissions, 7 of them reference 5 Hanley Place. They're so concerned about 5 Hanley Place. 7 of the submission. The next door neighbour, where the block land is free, I went and spoke to him. I said, listen, can we do something here when I construct these? Absolutely. He had a call from 5 Hanley Place, wanted him to put in an objection as well. So the 9 that you reference, 7 of them reference 5 Hanley Place. So I say there's a bit of political lobbying going on, in layman terms. And as far as the people that don't want it, there's a lot of people that want this sort of stuff in Yass. We're talking about a small group of people around that block. And now let's talk, and then Riverview Estate, there was so many people in this town that didn't want Riverview Estate. That's why I went to the Land Environment Court and spent 100 grand. Council spent 100 grand. We got an approval, we built the subdivision.
I mean, you entered your last...
Councillor, that's enough. Well answered, Mr. Price, and we'll let you go. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next item, 6.4, the development application for the dwelling house 600 Gildala Road, Brooklyn. And the speaker is Mr. Lin Arma, speaking, it says for, I suspect for the
development
dwelling.
Against the
recommendation for the dwelling, got it.
Afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for letting me speak once again to you. What you may not know is I'm 6th generation Brooklyn family. We've been farming in Brooklyn since the 1860s, I think it is. Tonight I'm speaking for the development but against the actual recommendation. Tonight I'm going to speak on one of the reasons how we got to where we are. Orator who will be speaking more on some of the specifics, the details. When I was 19, 20, my grandfather and I were talking about this block of land I was on, and he mentioned to me when he bought it, when it was subdivided from Crown Travelling Stock Reserve, that he was able to build on it. I, at that stage, came into town and spoke to a council staff member, just verbally, and they said, yeah, not a problem. fast forward to when I bought the block of land from the family company, I was still under that impression until I spoke to council and council said no, I couldn't. However, it wasn't a real problem because I was living on the family farm. I'm a 22% shareholder of 736 Jordala Road, you know, which when we had a breakdown in the family, I was told, or I was asked, or strongly advised to leave the family cottage, and we moved on to the little block of land. That's all we had at the time. Before we could really make any decisions on what the corridor and I were going to do, COVID hit, and then the lockdowns hit, so we got locked down on the block of land. After the lockdowns, as you probably know, we took the vaccine and then we got injured. For a couple of years, we were still stuck on the block of land. We did things up as best as we could because over that period of time, we lost all our money. And we just basically lived by bare bones. As Orator and I started to get our strength back, we started trying to plan what we're going to do. We looked at selling the block of land and we looked at trying to build a house on it, knowing that we had to deal with clause 4.6. When we looked at selling it, the problem was that the only people who could buy it for the money it was valued at would be recreational users. And I didn't want to see weeds, blackberries, motorbikes on a 22-acre block of land in the middle of 50,000-acre farming properties. So we decided to stay and do our 4.6, hence where we are at the moment. We're not unique. This case is unique, because of, not just because of the story I told you, because this is a bit of a unique thing with the Travelling Stock Reserve subdivision. And it's a bit of an anomaly. I'm not there that. I fully understand councils all have to make their decisions on their consciences and on the facts that they see them, and we fully understand that and appreciate that. I just ask that before you make a decision on what the council staff have recommended, that you look at our clause 4.6 document and then the addendum document we wrote after it, which explains it a whole lot better, which also shows that we have precedent. Thank you.
Councillors, do you have any questions for Mr. Armour? Mr. Armour, just in your talk, you mentioned something about a travelling stock. Did you say a stock route on the property?
Travelling Stock Reserve, yeah,
Reserve. And sorry, can you just unpack that for me, why that's relevant?
Because it was Crown land initially. So the block, the Crown land where it is now, the Travelling Stock Reserve, our block and the block across the road were all subdivided way back in 1979. So it was a separate, it was actually subdivided off well before the environmental plans. And it was that's probably the main reason.
Thank you. And just in terms of some of your reasons that you unpacked, you mentioned there, in terms of being close to where you're producing berries, how beneficial is it to have yourself and a reader there 24/7 in terms of maintenance and land management?
I already will unpack that a little bit more, but,
sure.
but it is something vital, particularly berries that are so perishable and need to be processed very quickly, and security in the middle of such large farms. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Armour. Any further questions, councillors?
Thanks, guys.
Speaking on the same item, Mrs. Arida Armour Lushmore, speaking for the dwelling against the recommendation.
Good morning, councillors. Afternoon, councillors, council and community. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the development application, DA 250371 at 600 Chadale Road at Brooklyn. I'm Lynn's wife, Orida, and together we form business, farming business. So our clause 4.6 exemption details our history and unique circumstances around our application, but it's clearly outlines that it does not engage precedent. The property at 600 Chadale Road meets all of the RU1 zonings, the usage requirements, except that it does not meet the minimum standard of 40 acres. And that we're seeking to justify the permitted variation of 9-hectare farm within the dwelling entitlement to support and enhance its viability. Since 2018, we've been working towards establishing an intensive berry farm, integrating with a small variety of livestock for management within a closed-loop system. The dwelling is essential for maintaining this viability. Fresh, fine-ripened berries bruise quickly and require immediate on-site processing in order to comply with New South Wales Food Authority standards. Livestock demands 24/7 oversight for predator, pest and weed management, while our health limitations from COVID vaccine damage restrict excessive community and functionality. Under clause 4.63, we demonstrate that strict compliance with a 40 hectare standard is unreasonable and unnecessary. I'm not sure if it's the Webb or the Webb-A principle, specifically the first way, support this proposal and achieves the RU1 objectives for sustainable primary production through intensive horticulture, despite the 77.5% variation. The fifth way also applies due to exceptional site constraints, which is the 1979 Crown subdivision anomaly and a family dispute preventing consolidation with lot 120 DP 753629, rendering standard compliance impractical. Sufficient environmental planning grounds exist as the dwelling ensures operational efficiency, preventing crop losses and supporting the farm's projected business plan. Without it, viability fails, contradicting the RU1 aims. The proposal aligns with the Yass Valley Community Strategic Plan of 2042 objectives, including environmental protection of the EN.1 and economic prosperity without setting a precedent due to its unique circumstances. We'd also like you to consider the additional addendum that was submitted recently after with the clause 4.6 as updated evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aurelia. Do you have any questions?
Can I ask a quick question?
Councillor Carter.
So I'm just noting in the report that there's unapproved structures on the property, and one of the conditions will be to remove those.
Yes.
That's something you're more than happy to comply with?
Correct.
I think it would remove the need, is that correct? Because one's ablutions and one's accommodation.
One's a truck trailer.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just a semi-trailer trailer with a roof and it just collects water for the agricultural use. So it is just a truck trailer. There's a bed in there, so we've been setting the rest as storage, but it's just a truck trailer. Yeah. We have no problem with complying with those requirements.
Any further questions, councillor?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alanash. On to item 6.5, the development application DA 250311, dual occupancy dwelling house with attached garage workshop, 6 Discovery Drive, Yass. And our speakers are Leonie Barker and Dwayne Crumlin, speaking for the dwelling against the recommendation.
Councillors, council members, my name's Wayne Crumlin. Leonie and myself, partner, are here to seek support for the approval of our development application. We are the owners of arguably the best block in Yass, located off Discovery Drive, within the Discovery Drive Redall Street precinct, as identified in the Yass Form Study 2011. 6 Discovery Drive is definitely the most unique block, not in Discovery Drive, maybe in Yass. Uniquely, 6 Discovery Drive has a 6 metre wide street frontage for our driveway, which is the only visible curbside present. Uniquely, the proposed house is not actually in Discovery Drive, but located in the block behind numbers 4 to 24 Discovery Drive and 5 houses in Settlement Court. All of the proposed house is located at the farthest distance from the curbside, adjacent Crown Mead. Uniquely, while standing at the letterbox at 6 Discovery Drive, it is impossible to view the existing domicile and or proposed house location. Uniquely again, 6 Discovery Drive has nearly 7 acres of front yard. Uniquely, 6 Discovery Drive has a dam and measures 120 metres by 120 metres, which supports a vibrant ecosystem with maintained grasslands and trees. All of these points prove undisputedly its uniqueness in the street and precinct. The proposed house is located on the most southwest corner of the property. The floor level as proposed in the development application sits approximately 6 metres below the top of the dam wall, allowing at most glimpses of the roof area of the top of Discovery Drive. The built form will have a corrugated monument coloured roof, gutted and fascia, as do many houses in the street, the precinct, as well as in the Yass Shire. The walls will be clad with engineered masonry sheeting, grey in colour, with aluminium windows, are monument in colour, double glazed, as are all the new builds in the Shire, consistent with the current houses in Discovery Drive. The proposed home is only 28 metres by 28 metres in size. It's 7.9 metres in height at the roof apex, tapering to 7 metres at the gutter. The proposed house meets Building Code of Australia requirements. It meets all of the state government legislation, as well as the Yass Valley Council Shire Ordinance and bylaws. There is no privacy, no shading, no sighting or environmental concerns. The house meets all energy ratings as per the BASIC's commitments. All of the building elements being used are modern, environmentally friendly, passive and are commonly used by new home builders in the street, the precinct and the Shire. The whole project as described is extremely unique. There is no benchmark for a build form with these characteristics in Yass. We believe that the decisions of the council are incorrect, as we have demonstrated that they are not they are not cognizant of the unique nature of our block or the unique requirements of our home that will have no effect visually, financially, environmentally or even socially to the neighbouring properties. And I thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Crumlin. Councillors, do we have any questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Crumlin.
Disappointed, I thought I was going to get some. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your time.
Good on you. Okay. Councillors, moving on to item 6.8, the draft Murray Bateman Recreation Ground Strategic Plan 2025. Our speaker is Ms. Brioni Windsor, speaking for.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, councillors and the executive team. I'm Ruby Windsor, a Murray Bateman resident of 18 years, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today to speak on agenda item 6.8, the Recreation Ground Strategic Plan going out for public consultation. Firstly, I'm extremely excited to announce that a group of dedicated, professional and passionate Yass Valley residents have officially formed the Murray Bateman Pump Track Club, and we will will request to be included in the Recreation Grounds Focus Group. We support the Murray Bateman recommendation to place the strategic plan out for public consultation, and our club is looking forward to contributing with our submission. We're committed to working with council to provide a direct link between our community who desperately desire a recreation grounds with a pump track, and we will bring our industry expertise, vision and drive to help deliver it. Also of importance is that we have the support of local businesses and also some donations to bank already. We acknowledge that one of the submissions available to read in the attachments in tonight's meeting agenda notes that the recreation grounds is at capacity, and this is something that the Murray Bateman Pump Track Club wholeheartedly disagrees with, and we will work with all current users to find our place there. I am actually behind, you may remember back in May, we put, Matt Baker's Murray Bateman Playground petition was presented to council, and that urged council to put the playground at Hercules Street and reserve the old sand arena for the pump track. And this petition gained so much support with 344 signatures in just 2 short weeks and showed undeniably how much Murray Bateman wants a pump track. And a reminder of council's own survey results there, 477 responses, 63% were for the playground going to Hercules Street, 36% for the rec grounds, meaning that the push that we were putting out there was that the recreation grounds, the old sand arena, was saved for Murray Bateman to have a pump track. So we look forward to the strategic plan going out so that we can find our place in the community and support our community. Any questions?
Well, Ms. Winslow, firstly, may I say congratulations on the successful formation of the Murray Bateman Pump Track Club.
It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm sure it'll look great on a t-shirt.
Yeah. Thank you.
So a quick couple of questions.
Mhm.
As a club,
Yes.
what are your key objectives? What do you want to get done?
We will be, well, we would like to be middle person between council and our community. We would like to build a pump track, find a way there. And also work with all users within the recreation grounds. That's where we believe it's the best place for it. Yeah.
Councillors, do we have any questions?
Let's get cracking.
I like that.
Alright, thank you, Ms. Winslow.
Thank you.
And on to our last one, 8.1, speaking on the response to, and I guess the questions we've noticed from Councillor Adrian Cameron, Ms. Meredith Conn speaking for.
Hi, I'm Meredith Conn. I've lived in Yass for 3 years. I'm not speaking about boring wind farms or development applications, I'm speaking for trees. I was a little bit disappointed to read in the last minutes about the resolution, the motion that was only voted by one person, that there be a moratorium on all tree removals by Yass Valley Council. And whilst I appreciate that there's a tree management strategy that's being developed, I just feel that there's not enough attention paid to the assets of the large trees in Yass and that they are gradually being removed. I feel that the tree management policy may go the route of the Main Street strategy, which has gone nowhere. I remember moving here 3 years ago and speaking to a shopkeeper about and getting excited about a notice about the Main Street strategy, and he said, oh, it's not going anywhere, they've been talking about that for years and nothing's happened. I don't see why we're not planting trees now. I don't see what the delay is. When I first moved here, it was, I immediately became aware that it was hot and there wasn't enough large trees with no form of canopy here. So it's not a question of increasing the canopy. There's not really a canopy here. You sort of walk for great stretches along the main street and in the streets, and there's no tree cover. We have things like National Tree Day, and Yass Council doesn't seem to, or Yass itself doesn't seem to get involved, either with Landcare or Yass Council. In Goulburn, they had a large involvement, and there was an involvement from Landcare, from the local schools, but we don't seem to do anything about planting trees. So I just feel that that tree management strategy is quite broad and loose, and I'm concerned that we're going to keep losing large trees and not enough trees are going to be planted immediately. There's already, a skin cancer clinic in Yass, and you see people walking around all the time having skin treatments, and I just feel that we're not prepared as a town for it.
Thank you, Ms. Conn. Do we have any questions from councillors?
No, the tree neighbours.
Sorry.
I know you two are.
Alright, councillors, are you all right to commence the meeting, or does anyone?
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Okay, alright, councillors, we'll just adjourn for 5 minutes and then we'll start the meeting.
We'll get the portable X-ray.
Good luck.
Yes, Richard.
Where's
In the back.
Do I have to go this time?
one speaker that was going to speak to two issues, so we'll just bring one more open forum. Okay. Councillors, just continuing with our open forum, we're going to hear from Mr. Derek Bush speaking on the development application for the dwelling house 600 Childala Road, Bookham, speaking for the dwelling against the recommendation.
Thank you very much for letting me speak again after missing my little thank you, councillors. I'm up here speaking about something very nice instead of being so emotional about my last speaking about my life. Lynn and Ira are trying to establish themselves on a house site as my neighbour. They have been my neighbour for a very long time. They're generationally committed to Bookham. They have a very small business, they're hard working, and as their neighbour I support them 100% in trying to build this house that they want to build. It's a very small place. Bookham is not very big, it's very, very small, you all know that. Bookham has no employment opportunities except myself. I have a horticultural business, we have Robinson's Farm Machinery, and we have Barney's Cafe, and that's about it. A lot of the rural landholdings around now don't actually have employees because it's too expensive. Commodity prices, we can go on and on. The diversity in our community fits into the horticultural diversity that they bring to this community fits within the council's whole RU1 diversity plan. I have a small horticultural business that runs on 4 hectares. That is my total income comes off that 4 hectares, even though I live on a much larger parcel of land. Their small acreage will fit within the guidelines of a small business on a small parcel of land. It's not even that far off actually being appropriate size. They're upstanding members of our community. They do everything they possibly can. They're involved in committees. I'd really like for you to give them the opportunity to stay in my community. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Councillors, we'll now move to our ordinary meeting of council for Thursday the 25th of September. And a reminder that this meeting is being webcast. To those in attendance that you should refrain from making any defamatory statements. Also a reminder to the gallery that the use of recording devices is a breach of the code of meeting practice, and anyone contravening or attempting to contravene will be expelled from the meeting. Councillors, I'll ask you to rise for our acknowledgement of country and our prayer. But first, I have the sad task of informing you of the passing of one of our former councillors, Councillor David Cassidy. For 25 years, he was the Yass Valley Council President of the Sports Council between 1992 and 2017. So even past his time on council as a serving member, we still leaned on him for the support that we needed and for the connections that he had and his passion for sports in this community. I just want to pay tribute to David and to his beautiful family, one of which was Mr. Simon Cassidy, one of our former directors of engineering, when it was still called engineering. And he's also a close neighbour of mine on my street. And it saddens me that I will not hear the, let's just say, quaint voice of Mr. David Cassidy bellowing across the backyards. He was belovedly known as Poppy by everyone who knew him who was under that height. He was a solid councillor and an even more megastar in terms of his contribution to our community. And I'm so sorry to hear of his passing. But let's pay tribute to him with 1 minute silence, please. Thank you, councillors. And it was very remiss of me not to give Councillor Sess Burgess the opportunity to speak, having served with him on council.
We used to call him David, the singing councillor, because sometimes he just burst into song. When he was good councillor. I don't know how many terms he's done, one, didn't he? Two.
At least that.
6 years.
I'd say for the time that he was on that sports council, I would imagine, so that's.
Yeah, he was chairman.
Alright, thank you, councillors. I'll now move to our acknowledgement of country. Yass Valley recognises the Ngunnawal people, the traditional custodians of the land, water and sky. We pay our respect to their elders past, present and future emerging leaders. We extend our respect to other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who live in the Yass Valley local government area. Let us be still and remember the presence of God. As we commence our meeting, let us together pray for guidance and help. Please join me in the prayer or take this moment to reflect. Almighty God, we ask your blessing upon this council. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the true welfare of Australia and the people of Yass Valley. Amen. Councillors, please be seated. Do we have any apologies? No, we're all good on that. Declarations of pecuniary interests or special disclosures.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to declare a significant pecuniary conflict of interest for agenda item 5.3, noting that my superannuation fund, ComSuper, is a major investor in the Bendon Island Fund, and I will be excusing myself for that one.
Thank you, Councillor Cherry. Any further declarations? Councillors, I'd like to propose that we move in block the following items, as the majority are for noting public exhibition or for putting into confidential. These items are 6.1, the leave of absence for Councillor David Carter. Item 6.7, the draft plan of management for Murray Bateman Recreation Ground. 6.10, the Yass Memorial Pool Power Upgrade. Sorry, I forgot 6.8, beg your pardon.
6.8.
The draft Murray Bateman Recreation Ground Strategic Plan 2025.
Do we have a slide of all of those?
Yeah, we should have.
I thought we had a list of those previously.
Okay, we'll bring that up. I'll keep going and then we'll give a moment to pause so you can have a quick look. The Yass Memorial Pool Power Upgrade, which was 6.10. 6.11, the draft Yass Valley Cemeteries Management Plan and Master Plan. And councillors, if there is any objection or you want to speak to any of these items, please speak up. 6.13, the draft policy interaction between council officials. 6.14, the public interest disclosures policy in compliance with public interest disclosures. 6.15, the disruption to finalisation of the 25 revision of Code of Meeting Practice. 6.19, the financial assistance grants advice of estimated entitlement. 6.22, the submission on Yass Valley Council Australian Government Productivity Commissioners investing in cheaper, cleaner energy in the Net Zero Transformation Report. 6.23, the 2025 Local Government New South Wales Conference motions. 8.1, the questions with notice, Councillor Adrian Cameron. 9.1, the minutes of the Yass Pool Redevelopment Project Committee held on 17th of July 2025. And we'll see if we can bring that screen.
I've written it down so you can, I just got to be
Okay. Okay, councillors, do I have a mover to block move those, please? Councillor Flannery, seconded. Councillor Carter. Sorry, Councillor Chairman, too quick for you. Do I have any speakers against that? Councillor Cameron, any items you'd like to remove?
Yeah, quite a few actually. Because let me put it this way, Madam Mayor, that I think one of our problems today is that we've got a very large agenda Some of us have brought sleeping accommodation just in case. The agenda's too big, and I think we need to really start to think about the agenda. And I can understand that you can do these block moves, but I think it's a little bit disappointing that some of them require comment, maybe not so much debate or discussion in depth, but some of them require some sort of comment.
Councillor Cameron, you are very welcome to comment as we block move on a particular item. If it's only like a few comments, that's perfectly fine.
No, I'm saying that these should be exempted.
Certainly. Which ones would you like to exempt, Councillor Cameron?
613, 614. Um, 622, 623, and 8.1.
Okay, so councillors, I'll just read out those numbers again for block moving: 6.1, 6.7, 6.8, 6.10, 6.11, 6.15, 6.19, and 9.1.
Thank you.
If there's no further debate or comment, we will pass those now. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, moving on to confirmation of the minutes for the meeting in August. Do you want to have a mover? So moved, Councillor Burgess. Seconded, Councillor Charing. Any commentary, debate? Thank you, councillors. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Okay, moving on to the mayoral minutes. 5.1, we have the submission and actions from the submission that we've had from Mr. Gray for the state significant renewable energy projects within Yass Valley's submission. Councillor Cameron, I'll just move the motion so that you may speak after me. Thank you. So we have a recommendation before you, councillors, that I put together that we receive this submission and that we thank the retired New South Wales RFS Group Captain Michael Gray for this significant contribution, grounded in the lived experience of firefighting in our region, training and skills totalling more than 80 years accrued by Mr. Gray and the peer reviewers, and I now understand I probably underestimated that. And council utilised this submission and existing council policies to inform representations requesting an immediate halt to the renewables rollout in Yass Valley to allow time for the safety of our citizens and the surrounding region, including the ACT, to be given due and proper consideration, considering the seriousness of the identified risks, and that this should be sent to the relevant ministers below. Councillors, I'm now happy to receive any debate or questions or comments on that mayoral minute.
Point of order.
Councillor Cameron.
9.9, mayoral minutes. Look, my impression with mayoral minutes in the past have been related to the issue of urgency of having these matters brought up as a matter of urgency before the next council meeting comes up. Over the last 4 meetings, we've had 13 mayoral minutes, and this seems to me that we're starting to get into the habit that this is a bit excessive and it relates to the mayor's personal agenda rather than perhaps the community's agenda. So I just would like to make that point that these particular mayoral minutes don't seem to be that urgent.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. I think given the pace at which our environment and our community is having to face the cumulative number of scoping reports that are coming our way, I think as Mayor I'm responding as fast as I can to the risks and the opportunities that these present. Thank you, Councillor. I'll also note that I've provided these mayoral minutes with a fair amount of work behind them to bring them to the written form and not present them to you on the night as a verbal. So you've got them in the business papers.
That is appreciated, but it means a lot of work on your behalf.
Yes, it has. Thank you for acknowledging that.
That's right.
Councillors, do we have any further comments? All right. Councillor Cameron.
In regard to 5.1, are we there on 5.1? I think we were left it. 5.1.
Yeah, we're on the mayoral minute, yes.
Yeah, 5.1.
Yes.
We're talking about 5.1.
Yes.
Okay, look, I'd just like to say a couple of things quickly. I think it was great to hear from Captain Michael Gray, and I acknowledge his undoubted experience and thank him for his submission and for the effort for him to come here and make the effort under some stress by the look of it. I think when you have a look through what he's submitted, he does say there at one spot, it's his opinion only. And I think that's quite gracious, but it is an opinion based on a lot of expertise, which I take into account. But he also says, I also accept that firefighting activities involving the use of aircraft in and around wind farms has successfully and safely taken place. And I think he has come here and discussed...
Point of order,
Yeah.
Councillor, I think you've cherry-picked that. He pointed out that that was done on days after the fires where the FBI, the fire behaviour index, was well below the 40 mark. So I think you need to go back and actually look at the context of that comment. Thank you.
All right, and he has explained today that the clustering rather than the single line makes life more difficult. But I just make the point that we're accepting this as a significant submission as part of what we might present to different parties about this particular issue. We also have other experienced people like Greg Mullins, an experienced New South Wales Fire Commissioner for a long time, has argued since 2019 for action about taking action on climate change, which will mitigate the bushfire risk to some extent. And we should be also looking at putting in other opinions than just one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. To assist you feel more comfortable about the submission, nobody knows this area like the firefighters who live here and who have fought the fires here for 35 years. So I'll just detail for you very briefly. So Mr. Gray's contribution of 35 years, 27 fighting fires here as group captain was peer reviewed by Mr. Peter Alley, the Southern Tableland Zone Manager for Yass, Goulburn and Crookwell, retired in 2025, 35 years of experience. And may I congratulate Mr. Peter Alley on his recent retirement and all of his contributions. Mr. Adrian Carey, AFSM, retired Southern Tableland Zone Manager of 60 years experience. Mr. Ian Ketterley, retired Southern Tablelands Operations Officer, highly experienced in aviation, 40 plus years experience. And Mr. Scott Torban, fire bomber pilot flying AT-802 aircraft based out of Cowra, very fast fire bombers, usually first responders to fires, and Scott is a highly experienced pilot licensed to fly fire bombers in Australia, France and America. If that assists you cement your thoughts about how much experience is behind that report and peer reviewed. Councillors, do you have any further comments before we do this? In that case, I'd like to move that mayoral minute. All those in favour? Councillor Butler, Councillor McGrath, Councillor Carter, Councillor Cherry, Jones, Councillor Burgess, Councillor Rothwell, Councillor Flannery. Those against? Councillor Cameron. The motion is passed. Thank you, councillors, for your support in this matter. Moving on to the Friendship City Partnership with Wuzhou, China. Councillors, a meeting was sought from the ACCC, which is the the ACT China Council of Commerce President, Mr. Andrew Ling, and Deputy President, Mr. Roger Houseman. So I'd like to move that we acknowledge our Friendship City arrangement and that it has been registered with the federal government since 2019. That we note the recent meeting that I had with our CEO present, with the ACT China Council of Commerce, and that he's advised that he is actually on flight as we speak to visit China and Ruzhou specifically. And that Council delegates to staff a due diligence check with the Australian Federal Government that Council has affirmation to continue the foreign arrangement prior to providing a letter of greeting and confirmation of the ongoing trade relations of our region and affirming the friendship agreement. And the letter to be addressed to the Mayor of Ruzhou, Friendship City partner to Yass. The Council notes the current financial constraints of Yass Valley Council and advises that in-person partnership acknowledgements from YBC will, out of necessity, be constrained to digital meetings unless otherwise funded independently by the Mayor, their delegate, or through the Australian Industry Sponsorship, e.g. wine or wool-pit bodies. The Council will keep the federal member from the Riverina, the Honourable Mr Michael McCormack, and State Member for Goulburn, the Honourable Mrs Wendy Tuckerman, informed and be inclusive of all diplomatic opportunities. And that Council acknowledges the City of Ruzhou is a current trade partner for several local economies, including wine and mushroom exports. Within the Canberra Region Joint Organisation of Councils surrounding the Canberra International Airport, opportunity exists for international tourism visitation expansion, along with trade export expansion, with plane cargo holds returning empty on many cases on international flights on Singapore Airlines, as advised by the Canberra Airport Delegate to the CRJO. And that Council will ensure due diligence and transparency in communicating with local producers to ensure equal access to information about trade opportunities. And Council notes Mr Nguyen has a previous business partnership with Shore Wines and assisted YBC fee-free during previous trade visits to China and escorted Chinese delegates to Yass in 2017 and 19. I was lucky to be involved in one of those visits at least. Councillors, I'd like to move that now a minute. Do we have any speakers for or against first? Councillor Jarrett.
Happy to speak for, Madam Mayor. As a elected member of this chamber, as a small business owner, and having economic development being one of my key focus areas, I am extremely pleased to see this come forward and I'm very supportive of it. As we all know, the People's Republic of China is Australia's biggest trading partner, $200 billion worth of trade just in 2024 alone. And I'd love to see any opportunity for the Yass Valley economic development and business community to really capitalise on that and increase that export into the following year. So my congratulations to you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for this.
Thank you, Councillor Chow. Councillor Carter.
Perhaps seek whether the Mayor is interested in a slight variation on point 5. I'm just wondering what to say the current federal members, the current state members. And
that would be wiser. Thank you. Thank you. So councillors will amend that to say we will keep the current federal member and current state member informed. So it lasts the distance. And any other adjustments, councillors? That was not a political comment. Councillor Cameron.
I was going to ask you, where is the city? Do you know where it is?
In China.
Thank you, Councillor Rothwell. How could I have guessed?
The city is in the province of Guazhizhuang, the autonomous region of China.
I think it was 400 kilometres north of Hong Kong.
Yes,
from,
right.
Yes.
On the Pearl River, I might add. But I noticed that you could be going there funded by yourself, so have you got the tickets ready yet?
I think there's a lot of saving to do if that were to be the case. But I think it's very important that we provide every opportunity for trade relations and for the I guess our opportunity to promote peace and good relations with all who have an interest in Yass Valley, whether it be coming here on their honeymoon, whether it be here to do trade with our wonderful vignerons and our very, very successful mushroom entrepreneurs. So, councillors, if there's no other commentary, I'd like to put this to the... Oh, sorry, Councillor Carter.
Can I just make one brief comment about this?
Yes.
I mean, one of the most growing industries in China, in fact, is in the wine industry. And so I think the opportunities for Yass to, and particularly around this region, which actually is a cool climate region as well, I think there's great opportunities for us to knowledge share and learn from each other. And I do know in the broader education space, actually, the whole broader area of winemaking and the like is the most growing educational area in China at the moment. So really interesting opportunities for us in that space to continue to develop. So commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. Any further comments? All right, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. And if there is anyone watching in Wujiang, China, hello from Yass Valley. All right. All right, Councillor. Moving on to 5.3, the proposed Benjamin wind farm. Councillor Cameron, you note that I brought this in because of a trigger, because of correspondence from Wind Prospect. I think it's important that we keep both councillors and community abreast. Oh, sorry, Councillor Clary, I didn't give you the opportunity to step down. So, councillors, I've received a letter from Wind Prospect advising that they are intending to lodge their scoping report to the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure in early January 2026. And while I acknowledge this is not a formal submission opportunity, nonetheless submissions can be made by community members, local businesses or anyone with a vested interest that could be impacted. So my recommendation is that a mayoral letter be sent to at a meeting requested of Wind Prospect and Mint Renewables, which is the construction partner, to urge the company and its construction partner to pause this action until the 1st of April due to community impact, marking the formal end of the bushfire danger period for Yass Valley. A mayoral letter be sent to the Minister and Secretary of the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, requesting an extended opportunity to respond to the scoping report should it be lodged nonetheless between January and 31st of March 2026. And a mayoral letter be sent to and a meeting requested of the Australian Energy Commissioner and New South Wales Energy and Planning Ministers, detailing the impact of our community and council resources to date, along with the future impact on our community wellbeing of a project progressing during our highest bushfire danger season and for some farming families who are still in the shearing cycle. Councillors, I'd like to move that mayoral minute, but before I do so, I'm open to any further comments or debates. Councillor Flannery.
I support your motion or your minute. I just wonder whether we need to pause it because of bushfire or shearing or other farming opportunities. We just want to stop it. And I really think it's time as people that live in this community to stop big governments, big companies feeling that they can reach in and just do what they want. And the more we kind of go, oh please, we're little farmers, we're not little farmers, we're communities. We build communities, we want our community to stay here. So I just would end it with, we don't want it. I don't want them to pause it. I think we should have stronger language. The harder we make it for these renewables to set up in our area, the more expensive we make it, the less they'll look to us. And there's an article in the Australian said, if, wind is a dinosaur energy opportunity because we have negative pricing. There'll be negative pricing with more wind towers. I feel that this should be amended to be much stronger to say, no, don't pause, just no.
Councillor, I've already visited the Minister for Planning, Minister Paul Scully, and unequivocally said no to this project going forward. However, I am more than amenable to including an objection to the project at the very beginning in its entirety, followed by the reasons why we need a pause on the scoping going in. Our communities in this area are exhausted, and the loss of productivity that they have experienced both on the farm and also in their personal lives, writing submissions, holding meetings to battle this project. On top of that, to know that they're not even going to get a break from it after there was an indication that this project might be on indefinite pause. The company has now signalled that they, intending to put that submission in despite community requests, that there be a delay to give the community a break. I feel obliged to support the community in their request for a pause in that sense.
With respect, I don't want our community to be known as exhausted or anything. We are prepared to fight hard.
Yes,
take up the pickets, block the roads. We don't want it, and so I think we should be much more forthright in saying that we don't want it. It's not for us. We've done our share, and I feel that using language like have a pause, do this is softening something that we don't want, or I personally don't want, and I'm all for environmental issues and environmental causes, but not under a technology that will be superseded and that I think there are better options around.
All right, councillors, we have the opportunity to turn it into an objection instead, and note that it would be highly inappropriate for the scoping report to be lodged in that time instead. Okay. All right, councillors, so I'll change the recommendation that a mayoral letter of objection to the project be sent to the proponents and the appropriate departments, approval departments, highlighting the inappropriateness of the scoping report also being lodged during the bushfire, the high bushfire season, if that's
Scoping report being lodged, yeah.
okay, all right. Yes, councillor.
You could also get some t-shirts made up. You mentioned t-shirts before with F windmills on the back or something. I think that might be a good idea.
Noted, councillor Rothwell. Alright. So we have before us a recommendation that a mayoral letter of objection to the project be sent to the proponents and the appropriate approval departments. Also highlighting the lodgement of the scoping report between January and 31st of March 2026 as highly inappropriate for a farming community in a bushfire prone farming community. Sorry. Thank you so much, Kate.
You don't need also. You don't need also.
Oh, yeah, and yeah,
You don't need also.
correct. Yeah, you just get
Highly inappropriate, full stop. I mean, there's always going to be.
there's lots of reasons we can do that. Yeah.
You don't need also between departments and highlight.
Thank you, Wordsmith. So just before highlighting, we can get rid of also. Thank you. Okay.
I feel we should also say that it disregards community views in there. It's not just about bushfires, it really is dismissive of a local community saying what they want and what they don't.
And I think the word social licence and has no social licence from the community. Is that what you're getting at?
You can, it is not.
Not socialised.
It's not social licence. I wouldn't use that term.
Okay.
And dismisses.
Disregards community
views.
Okay. And disregards community views, thank you. And so then we get rid of point 2. And point 3 could stay, I think. Yes. Okay. It's a little bit repetitive, but that's okay. Let's get it done. All right, councillors, any further commentary? Yeah, Councillor Carter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think one of the, I've said this before in the chamber, and I think we need to come back to it. One of the ideas that is problematic for us is because particular decisions have been made by New South Wales government with respect to what constitutes energy zones, and where we sit outside of actually makes us potentially cheaper for these types of organisations. So this is the problem with any regulatory intent, is that it sets up games, sets up lines. And part of my former career was to play those lines and very clearly. I think we have to be really cautious about that. And one thing we might want to think about, and I know it's almost contrary to the kind of argument we've been thinking about, but who misses out here are communities. And we might want to think about agitating, and I know that it'll be difficult for some members of the chamber to accept that, for inclusion within that, because it makes it more expensive for us as a destination. And that's an argument we need to think about, which is playing the regulatory game back against the regulator. Because ultimately, we're always going to be seen as a place for this, because we are perceived as cheaper. And that's a problem for us.
Councillor Carter, in one of the first meetings regarding CUNY, that the group of 5 mayors who are hosting that through our areas met with Minister Penny Sharp, and I raised the issue of the renewables coming into Yass. And one of the questions I asked her is, quite frankly, are we better off being a res or not? And her answer was very quickly, no, you don't want to be a res. So I guess on the upside of being in a res, the local councils get $250K every year to help process, to get independent advice, to do the reports. But what it does do is leave the on switch on. Like it is basically saying, come here. If we've already reached our capacity and we're at saturation point, I think we need that switch to be off, and that the planning proposals have to prove their merit every single time, as opposed to saying we're open for that type of business here in Yass. But I understand your point, Councillor Carter. I wish I knew how to play this game. I'm just trying to represent the community. Councillors, we have a mayoral minute before us. If you're happy for that to be adopted, let's vote that way or not. Let's vote. All those in favour? Sorry, so that was moved earlier by myself, and then it was tweaked quite significantly. Thank you, Councillor Flannery. If not, I'll move it right now. We didn't. We had to have moved it in order to be messing with it. Yeah. Okay. All right, councillors. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Noting that Councillor Cherry is absent. If we could call Councillor Cherry back. Thank you. Councillors, along with several different other council areas, we're up to 5.4, sorry Councillor Cherry, welcome back. We have a recommendation here as a mayoral minute to formally write to the Australian Energy Regulator, AER, the Chair Claire Savage and CEO Anthea Harris, requesting a meeting with all 5 mayors. So that's Yass Valley, Snowy Valleys Council, Upper Lachlan Shire, Wagga Wagga City Council and Cootamundra Gundagai Regional Council regarding the AER's immediate consideration and support to require or facilitate TransGrid's agreement to community benefit sharing payments, with payments commencing in 2027 at the completion of the community project, and to advocate jointly with my fellow councils, mayors, for the, sorry, I've lost my place, to TransGrid and the New South Wales Government for establishment of an annual payment of $10,000 per kilometre indexed for the lifetime of the transmission lines. And to thank Minister Sharp, Energy Commissioner Tony Martin, TransGrid CEO Brett Redmond for past meetings with the host councils and seek their ongoing support in advocating for fair and meaningful benefit sharing arrangements for host communities. Council and communities are giving the city's power security while the amenity of the region is being adversely affected for decades. Councillors, that's the mayoral minute. What it means is, if we are successful, and it's a pretty rough pony ride to try and get this across the line because TransGrid are rolling out HumeLink, and so they've already got their approvals. So we are doing our darndest to get this back on track, to get something back for our community. We will have this infrastructure within Yass Valley indefinitely. Landowners are getting $10,000 per kilometre. What I'm hoping we can achieve for Yass Valley is similar. So at 50 kilometres, or 52 kilometres, 51 kilometres throughout Yass Valley, that's potentially, I think it was $500,000 per year of community benefit for hosting that. That would send an incredibly strong message to our community that Transgrid, HumeLink, are a corporate citizen prepared to be part of our community and prepared to give some balance back to a regional community that's had its amenity impacted. People come to our region because we have amenity. They don't come here to get a quick doctor's appointment. They don't come here to be right next door to the maternity hospital because it's not there. What they come here for is the amenity. And we need as a community to be recognised that we're giving up or being forced to give up a lot of our amenity to get that power to the metropolitan areas. So councillors, I just want to acknowledge the joint work of my fellow mayors and also the CRJO who've been incredibly supportive and put a lot of hours into the documents needed to present to the Energy Commissioner and the Ministers during this advocacy as well. Councillor Cameron.
Yeah, speaking in favour of the motion, of course, I'd just like to say a couple of things. I think I'm going to have to agree with you. There's going to be a rough pony rider, right? I don't think we've got any chance at all, but it's a reasonable attempt. I think as in the last term of this council, I was the council representative on the HumeLink Consultative Committee, and I don't think our council showed much interest, unlike other councils, and some of the other councils were much stronger, in pushing for undergrounding of the line, which would have overcome a lot of problems. Secondly, sort of seeking this sort of payment back to the councils and their community. There was discussion about it. Oh yeah, they should be doing this and they should be doing that, but there was very little action or working hard to get any sort of real legacy project. So this is an admirable attempt, but it's probably too little too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. I'm glad you thought that mayoral minute was urgent enough to comment on. Moving on to item 6. Oh, sorry, we've got to vote for that. I'm really wanting to put some pace on us now. Councillors, let's vote. All those in favour of that mayoral minute? Oh, sorry, we have another councillor?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Cameron.
I was wondering about the calculus of 10,000 per kilometre. I mean, in the sense that 10,000 per landowner is the rate for the use of land. I wonder from a bargaining position if we're not running the right case here. Like, the idea normally in bargaining is you start at the high level and work back to what you want. But 10,000 is what we want and we're happy with that. We should actually be amending that significantly higher than that. Because that's you start off with the high to come to the middle ground. You know, if they're prepared to give anything on this basis, it'll come at about 2,500. That's what I'll play the game. So I'm just surprised that we've set it at 10,000 and it doesn't seem to be a calculus behind it. And the first question that they'll ask you is, what's the calculus? And instead of saying it's because that's what you're paying landowners, there's not a particularly good answer to the calculus. So I'm just wondering where that 10,000
what the
figure is
thinking
coming
is
out.
behind that, okay. So Councillor Carter, when this was in its pre-approved state, Council made a submission hoping to get 1% of the capital works of the project. Now, given the blowout of the cost of the capital works of HumeLink, that would have been a nice little acorn to have had. But we were overlooked in much the same way as an acorn on the front of a steamship would have been noticed. Like this, there was absolutely no traction. We had an opportunity, I think Upper Lachlan also were trying to do something similar, and they also got no love with the 1%. So what we've gone with is what has worked. So there has been a concession made to landowners to seek that $10,000. Now that's only for 20 years, and then they assume that the landowner will change and the value of the property has been caught up. But the amenity of the community, I would argue, is very, very different. You're stuck with that amenity as a community as you try and sell that community to others to come, in terms of the land value, in terms of the community appeal. And I don't disagree with you. I would rather have a larger bargaining place to come from, but we've gone with what has been successful. And asking for the 1% of capital works of the project was not successful. Any further comments, councillors? And I'm sorry I missed that opportunity for you to speak, Councillor Carter. All those in favour of that mayoral minute? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. councillors, we're up to item 6.2 now, the development application DA 250398, geotechnical investigations, 736 Childala Road, Bookham. We have a recommendation in the business papers, councillors, but with your grace, I'd like to put something to you instead. We can bring up that one. And a reminder, you can always foreshadow the recommendation in the business paper if you agree with the recommendation. Councillors, I'll get talking while they bring this up. I propose that we resolve that council notes the works, that council refuses consent for DA 250398, geotechnical investigations, 736 Childala Road, Bookham. Council notes the works are associated with Squadron Energy's state significant development, estimated at $2 billion, and that in all instances to date, early works of state significant developments are part of integrated reports best analysed and funded by the state government. Council notes this is the first test of a state significant development seeking its early works approval across a significantly large footprint of the Bookham Wind Farm project, as it is described on the state planning portal, and the associated documents including the Squadron Energy map that details the 43 test pits and 26 borehole sites to inform the BKWF project of 100 times 265 metre tall turbines, best storage pads and transmission infrastructure. Yeah. Oh, I have to second the motion?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, what is proposed, your alternate motion is considered a foreshadowed motion and it's a direct negative of what the original staff recommendation is. So the process is you would need to seek, if there was a mover and a seconder for the original motion first. If not, your foreshadowed motion can then be, find a seconder and that be debated.
Okay, not a problem. Sorry, councillors, I stand absolutely corrected. And do we have a mover of the recommendation in the business paper?
The first one for the original.
So the recommendation that conditional consent be issued for the geotechnical investigation.
No.
That sounds like crickets. Okay, sorry, carry on. All right, we'll just assume that you've heard all of that before. And that Yass Valley Council is of a view that the full integrated state significant reporting process should not be deviated from to ensure Council's development control plan and policy 07 on renewable energy development forms part of the assessment. And I have a section from that policy. Having considered the social, environmental, economic and strategic planning impacts on the Yass Valley communities and the cumulative impacts of the 4 approved wind farm sites, Council is of a view that it has reached the maximum number of industrial turbines for the local government area. While supportive of renewable energy in general, Council opposes in principle further large-scale wind turbine sites in Yass Valley. Council considers departing from the established state assessment of integrated reports for state significant early works deviates from the Yass LNP objectives, including the primary production zone of ensuring the best outcome from and for the land, our settlement strategy and our development control plan. It diminishes the opportunity to consider under the New South Wales SEP SSD cumulative impact policy the cumulative impact of projects in our area from their inception, from biosecurity risks of the necessary vehicles, movement of soils across dozens of rural properties, and risk to waterways and habitat degradation from the geo-investigations we are rejecting now, to the impact of the unprecedented numbers of turbines proposed for a known bushfire-prone area in cluster formations and height never experienced in New South Wales, their impact on the native bird life and bat colonies, and importantly, the impact on our rural residents' mental health, well-being, village cohesion and sustainability. Council also attaches to this refusal a Merrill minute and associated submission on fire suppression when considering the cumulative impact of industrial scale, state significant development wind projects in Yass Valley. Councillors, do we have any comments or debate?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd help, wouldn't it? I'm out of the Merrill minute zone. Sorry, do we have a seconder? Councillor Rockwell seconded. Councillor Carter.
Madam Mayor, the question through you to the CEO, have we received legal advice on this particular motion as it's being proposed?
Yeah, so on this motion.
Oh, on this motion, yeah, no.
Not at all.
Councillor Cameron.
I also have a question, directed to anyone who would like to answer it. What's the implication if this is approved? What happens next? We refuse the DA, what happens next? In regards to what will Squadron Energy do?
Well, Councillor Cameron, in an ideal world, they'd listen to the community of Yass Valley as represented by the Yass Valley Council and not proceed with the project.
That's in the real world. Hey, given another reality, sorry, I apologise for that comment.
So beyond that, it's up to the proponent to determine its next moves.
All right, thank you.
Councillors provide some probably more meaningful advice from the CEO.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So it's our understanding that if this is not the first, then it's very much a one of the first to go early outside of the state significant development framework. And so normally this type of activity would happen as part of that once it's got its approvals to do it. The benefit for the developer in going outside that is they're getting early geotech done, which then informs their project in terms of cost and feasibility and a whole range of locations and things like that. And that is why I would estimate as to why they're using this process outside of the state significant development process.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Speakers? All right, let's put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you so much, councillors. Moving on to item 6.3, the development application DA 250320, multi-dwelling housing, 7 Canley Place, Yass. Councillors, there is a recommendation for you in the business paper.
So, Jeremy has Nathan's incorrect title in front of him.
Oh, sorry. Let's swap them over.
Incorrect.
Do we have one for you?
Go ahead.
Well, at least it's the right department. All right, sorry. Okay. Councillors, we have a recommendation for us in the business paper. Do I have a mover? So moved, Councillor Carter. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Cherry. Councillor Carter, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. Look, I do commend the application in the sense that there's a clear sense that they've done a lot of work around this particular proposal. I do understand the passion for Yass. I do understand that there is a need for different types of residential options within our region. I think we need to drive this through the LEP though, and I think we've talked about changes potentially to what we would understand Yass to look like and what we want our communities to include. The concern I have ultimately about this is there's been some conversations around things like accessibility and the like. The pricing point potentially of these properties is a thing that struck me multiple times. Particularly when we talk about low income families. We do know that the government's threshold for first home buyers sits at around $600,000 for a new home. This is significantly above that. And so I think to some degree that the question that I have around this is that we just need to be, this has gone before multiple decision makers, it's gone before council, it's gone before Queanbeyan and Pallarang, and they've all said no. And I think we have to commend the work of and believe in the work of our council officials when it comes to the very careful understanding they take to these questions. And the point of any exception is that it is a may clause. And so what may means is that it means it could be or it might not be. And in this particular case, I commend the understanding of what our council staff have provided us to here in terms of the recommendation. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. Councillor Cherry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may, I rise to speak in support of the recommendation, which is a motion put before us for a strong strong support for the refusal of DA 250320 for 6 dwellings at 7 Handley Place. At the outset, much like my councillor, our colleague to my left, Councillor Carter, I want to commend the due diligence, professionalism and meticulous nature of our planning directorate. Their work in assessing this application has been thorough and evidence-based, and it demonstrates the very highest of standards of planning practice. I would also like to place on record my thanks to QPRC, Mayor Kenrick Winchester and General Manager Rebecca Ryan for their assistance and collaborative approach. Their staff's peer review of this application has reinforced the findings of our own team and strengthened the case for refusal. This is a great example of regional councils working together in the best interests of their respective communities. I want to be crystal clear and upfront. I strongly support Yass Valley Council doing everything that we can to alleviate the national housing crisis. That is a responsibility that we all share as councillors and staff. However, I am not convinced that this particular development is the right course of action for us to undertake. Under Section 415 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, there are 3 key considerations that are relevant, compelling, and I wish to bring to all of your attention. Section 4151B, likely impacts. The narrow, steep, one-way loop of Handley Place raises obvious risk around traffic congestion, parking and safe access for emergency and delivery vehicles. These are adverse impacts on the built environments that cannot be ignored. Section 4151C, suitability of the site. The obscure and constrained shape of this block makes it unsuitable for 6 dwellings, in my opinion. The design is forced onto a site that is simply not capable of accommodating it without adverse impacts. And Section 4151E, the public interest. With strong opposition from the community evidenced by the numerous objections that we received and representations against this DA and adverse amenity impacts, this development is clearly not in the public interest. This evening, we have heard from the developer himself and the town planner of some counter-arguments to the staff recommendations, and that rationale rests on 2 key points, and I wish to address those now. Clause 41D3 of the Yass Valley LEP. The applicant asserts that strict compliance with this clause is unreasonable and unnecessary. I fundamentally disagree. Clause 41D3 of the LEP specifically intends to prevent inappropriate development on small or irregular lots. The very fact that this is an obscure constrained block is precisely why the refusal recommendation should be upheld. The 6 dwelling proposal on this lot undermines the intent of the LEP and pushes well beyond what the site can reasonably sustain. And the second point that I'd like to raise is the affordability rationale. In my opinion, affordability as a rationale for approval is misleading. And you've heard yourself that each one of these dwellings will sell for $850,000 or upwards, which is far higher than the median price for 2 to 3 bedroom units or houses within the Yass Valley. This is not correction, within Yass town itself. This is not affordable housing, Madam Mayor. To claim otherwise undoubtedly misleads our community. It is my assessment that this development unquestionably fails the statutory tests under Section 415 of the EPA Act, and that assessment is consistent with the planning staff in 2 separate regional councils and backed up by independent legal advice. You've all heard it yourselves from the applicant himself. This is not affordable housing. It is not the right development in the right place, and it carries real risk for the safety and amenity of existing residents of Handley Place, and for those reasons, I will be supporting the refusal of DA 250320 Handley Place, and I urge you, my fellow councillors, to do the same. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Cherry. I'd like to take this opportunity to put a foreshadowed motion to councillors. And then we'll go to speakers for and against. That conditional development consent is issued for multi-dwelling housing, 6 dwellings at 7 Handley Place, Yass. And the council is satisfied that the applicant's written request has demonstrated that compliance with the development standard contained in clause 4.1D3A of the LEP is unreasonable or unnecessary, and that there are sufficient environmental planning grounds for the exception. On balance, the proposal and exception request align with meeting the objectives of council settlement strategy and local strategic planning statement for increased infill development in Yass, along with meeting the state housing crisis targets. The multi-dwelling housing development aligns with several objectives that have fast-tracked the review of this Yass settlement strategy and provides greater housing diversity for a range of socioeconomic and age groups' needs and facilitates development close to core services. A condition of development consent is to be included for a lighting plan to be submitted prior to the issue of a construction certificate, including for lighting to the driveway and the use of sensor lighting rather than floodlighting to minimise impacts on neighbouring properties. So that's the foreshadowed motion. So now we go back to Councillor Councillor Carter's motion. Do we have any speakers for the motion that you heard from Councillor Carter and Councillor Cherry? Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. I think when you walk around the whole area where Hanley Place is situated, it's really quite a unique sort of development, and it's quite interesting in the variety of housing stock that's there. I think it is important that we have a variety of housing stock as circumstances for individual families change, whether it's can be a death in the family, it can be a marital breakup, etc., where things change and things have to be different. However, from my point of view, I walked the block early on and I really couldn't envisage 6 units there. 4 maybe, maybe there was a case for that, but 6 seemed a bridge too far. It seemed to me as though you were really squashing the development. Maybe I don't have a good perspective on how you put those houses or those units in, and I think I tried to sort of come to terms with that, but I just felt that walking the block gave me that that sort of perspective that 6 was not a figure I could be comfortable with. For a variety of reasons, it was assessed by a neighbouring council, Queanbeyan, Ballarat, and I think they worked at it in a very objective light, and their recommendation appears to be thoughtful and reasonable, and I think we should give due consideration to that. And I think it was a very good move that it went elsewhere for those particular reasons. I think the other thing that worries me a little bit, besides the size of the block and trying to get the 6 in, is the precedents that it may set. I remember years ago when I first started listening to what was happening at council and went to meetings, and the Yarra development were looking at some that were 400 square metres, I think, a number of them, a small number of them, and I thought that's very, very small. And I think I just worry that if we approve this, it sets a precedent. Somebody out there may have a block ready to develop, could name people, but I won't. They might be thinking, well, we can go, using this precedent, we can go lower and lower. And I don't think that's going to be to our community's advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Councillor Flannery, are you speaking for or against? I need someone to speak against if I've just had a for. Councillor Rothwell, are you intending to speak against this?
I'm for the development.
Okay, so you're speaking against this recommendation? Yeah. Yes.
You know, I hate speaking publicly, but I feel I need to at this point. When I first joined council, I thought big block sizes was the go, and that's why I loved Yass. But after I've listened to you both talk, or everyone talk, we need to take into account smaller, no maintenance areas for older folk that have sold their big house in Yass and want a nice place overlooking the river. I think that's that's why I'm for the development.
Thank you, Councillor Rothwell. Another speaker for the motion. Councillor Flannery.
I really understand what Councillor Rothwell has said about smaller sizes and people find it difficult to look after houses, but the fact is the site is steep. It's in an area that's difficult to access. I feel this kind of development is inappropriate in that site, and most of my life I've looked at things that, to assess site and how important that is, how important that our environment is around that. I feel this type of development is inappropriate in the area for social reasons. No one there wants it other than one person. It is hard to get in and out. I've been there. I concur with Councillor Cameron that I can't imagine what it would look like. I can't imagine what all the 600 wind towers or whatever might look like as well. But I also really respect, and we get criticised for our staff not doing things or not making decisions. In this instance, they are based on their professional expertise, have made an opinion, and they went to counterparts in Queanbeyan and asked them for an opinion, and they were given that opinion. And I strongly support the efforts that our staff have put into it. Once we start stepping into areas where we overrule, and of course there are times we will overrule, I feel that we're in very dangerous territory about getting people that can make educated decisions. So I support the recommendation and I support the staff in Yass wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery.
Through you,
Councillor
Madam
Butler.
I'm
speaking for it, yes, sorry.
I'm speaking for the staff recommendation. Earlier on, I wanted to support the development going through. I didn't do enough due diligence in actually looking at what this might be, and I automatically thought, this is great, this is diversity, these are going to be 300 square metre blocks. I did not affiliate a 300 square metre block with a $900,000 price tag. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that that is what our community wants or needs right now. I think that every councillor has raised a really good issue, and I think Councillor Cameron raised a good issue in saying not only does this set a precedence in terms of, we're allowing these, variations to come in, but where would be why would a developer come in to Yass when we've set a precedence to say you can put 300 square metre block sizes on a 1900 square metre block and you can sell them for $900,000. Why would a developer come in and do the same thing and sell that for $400,000? Why would they do that when they know they can make $900,000? What we haven't done as a council, I don't think, is really look at what the national housing crisis is and what it means to our community. And we are not encouraging developers to come and say, we've got a crisis here. We've got single families that have young children that are moving away because they are priced out at the market. We're losing community members, and this is not fitting for our community as it is. I fully support housing diversity, but I don't think that this is what this is at the moment. I think that this is trying to get as much money as we possibly can for one block. And so I thank the staff for doing their due diligence in assessing it, and I agree with the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillors, are there any further comments? Before I pass to Councillor Carter to close, I'd just like to, explain further my reasons for foreshadowing, but speaking to the motion before us, which is to refuse it. We struggle as a community to find suitable homes for our key workers, our professionals, whether it be the direct, I'm so sorry, but I cannot contain I cannot concentrate. Finding key workers, accommodation. We recently had a director spend, I think, 4 months in a motel because they couldn't find a suitable accommodation. Doctors, school principals, people that we need in our community and we need to attract to our community who don't have the time or the inclination to do up a $600,000 antiquated home that will be work for them. We need them channeling all of their professional energy into the role that brought them to Yass Valley. They cannot do that if we don't have diversity of housing. And this may be somebody's first home buy, in terms of double income professional couple from, who work in the ACT but love our community. This could be their first home. Or it could be a downsizing couple, or it could be, and I've seen this twice now, a couple looking for a 2 or 3 bedroom quasi-serviced apartment or small care option because they've recently put one of their parents into care at Linton, because our Linton facility is so good, it's attracting people from Canberra, but the adult children follow and they cannot find anything suitable. What is a risk in terms of access for one person or the 6 people that you're worried about is still a risk for the one person who's going to own that block and build one property. So whether it's for 6 people or 1, it's still the same. And every time I drive to Sydney, I stop at Brooklyn. And if you know it, it's the community right on the bottom of the Hawkesbury there, and there are homes built into amazing cliff spaces everywhere. Their driveways are like this, and it's prime real estate. We need to start looking at our prime real estate. Beautiful views over Yass Valley. Don't we want a quality home in that space? And there will be opportunity for more affordable housing in land that council owns very close to this area in the CBD that is zoned for medium density. This council, I know, cares about affordable housing, but what we need now is diversity of housing. And we could get it on this block as 10 units. They could do 10 units and use up to the 0.5 of that block, that they have done it tastefully, and they've tried to do it using only 250 metres of the lot, but going up. And yes, this was peer reviewed by another council on the planning side of things, but the use of the exception is subjective, and it's up to councillors to understand the needs of our community. That Queanbeyan and Pallarang, they're clearly professionals, but they don't know the needs of our community and the reasons that we've triggered our settlement strategy review. So I urge councillors to reject this motion, and I thank Councillor Carter and Councillor Cherry, and I do appreciate the thanks given by Councillor Cherry to PPRC. I would like to echo that as well. But from my perspective, this is something our community actually needs, and we've seen it firsthand in our council staff trying to find, when we go out and try and attract a professional to the region, let alone what it's like for the local schools and the local hospital. I've had my say. Councillors, now I'll pass over to Councillor Carter to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your opinion on this particular piece. I think there has been some presentation which suggests the opposite to your perspective. I think the key idea here is that I think generally everyone's in favour of looking at a planned approach to housing diversity. This is not a planned approach to housing diversity. This is an ad hoc approach to that. We have some imperatives in front of us, and it's a comment we've made a number of times within the chamber around needing to be able to look to a broader plan for the region in terms of what we're going to do. I'm not necessarily of the opinion that we should be looking to make decisions about who might be the right person to take up properties that might be built somewhere. I think that's outside of the ambit that we do have. Yes, there is a national housing crisis. In all of the debate that's been presented so far, this is not a response to that particular problem. I commend the motion as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour of the motion before you? That's Councillor Butler, Councillor McGrath, Councillor Carter, Councillor Cherry, Councillor Flannery, Councillor Cameron. Against, Councillors Rothwell, Burgess, Jones. The motion is passed. Congratulations, Councillor Carter and Councillor Cherry. Moving on to development application 6.4, the dwelling house 600 Childala Road, Hookham. Okay, councillors, we have a recommendation before us. Do I have a mover?
Sorry?
Not based on the chat that we had earlier.
They're not all messed up.
Okay, all right, so councillors, we're going to go to page 58 if that helps.
Yeah.
Item 6.4, if you can find that one. All right, councillors, do we have anyone prepared to move that motion? You don't have to, by the way, just checking. All right. Councillors, I have, if that motion lapses, which I think it has, that's exciting. We have an alternate motion. Councillor Burgess, do you want to move this one? You say, what's up there?
I'll move what's on the.
We say move what's up there.
Yeah,
All right, and just so we know, we've got what that is. That conditional.
What is it?
I'll read it out to you.
Can we get it up on the screen?
Sure. This is for item 6.4. The conditional development consent is issued for development application number DA 250371, sorry I can't stop smiling, for dwelling house at 600 Childala Road, Hookham. Council is satisfied that the applicant's written request has demonstrated compliance with the development standard contained in clause 4.2b3a is unreasonable or unnecessary, and that there are sufficient environmental planning grounds for the exception. The applicant has demonstrated the direct relationship between the proposed dwelling house for residential use and the viability, improvement and diversification of the Berry Farm's continued and successful operation, along with improved land management, which supports the objectives of the RU1 primary production zone, and that 2 appropriate conditions of development consent are to be included to ensure the demolition and removal of unapproved structures upon occupation of the new dwelling. That's what you wanted. That's what you wanted, right? So moved by Councillor Burgess, seconded by Councillor McGrath. I don't think I've got you down for something yet. Stick right.
Good work.
I can go home. No, you don't get away with
Councillor
that.
Burgess, you have the floor.
I just think it's right for these people that have house, they've been there for years and years, the whole family, and as Derek Bush said, you know, he's just stepped on a few little acres there, he lives on a farm, and these people got a little place here, and why can't we build a house there?
Thank you, Councillor Burgess. Councillor McGrath. Any further comment?
Can I ask a question, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor, to the Acting Director of Planning and Environment. Is it normal for us to make comments in an approval motion around a particular organisation's economic success or similar? Would that be something we'd normally refer to?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, typically, no economic value, property values, things like that, for example, are not a valid planning consideration.
If Madam Mayor would be, the mover would be considered, I think it would make sense to remove the comment around the dairy farm's continued success. I feel that's outside of the scope of what our decision-making authority really refers to.
I think that would be acceptable. The only reason I can see to keep it in is that it refers to the submission requesting the exception to the clause. And when we look at the primary production zone, we're looking at the best outcome for and from the land, and this is a best outcome. So unless unless the staff disagree.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think the use of the word viability in relation to the dairy farmers.
It's effectively,
Yeah.
okay, oh, viability, okay, so we can leave it at viability, okay. Is that right? So improvement and diversity,
Remove it.
okay, all right, thank you. So much more?
No, sorry, through you,
Sorry,
Madam Mayor. No,
which one?
the word viability can be left in there, and I think that suffices, sorry, in terms of.
Viability, okay,
Viability, yeah, in terms of the connection between the dwelling and the dairy farm.
and the viability of the,
Viability improvement and diversification of the dairy farm.
Just leave it at that?
Yep.
okay, so we get rid of continued and successful operation. Okay, but we can leave in along with, improved land management, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, councillor Carter. Director Maple, very good. Councillor Butler.
I would first like to say that, again, the staff have done a lot of work around this, and I appreciate that they have provided us in the original recommendation grounds to refuse this. However, I do strongly, I'm of the opinion that we do need to judge everything on its own merit. And in fact, when it says that it supports the objectives of the RU1 primary production zone, this is exactly what this does. We've got primary producers living on the land, producing for us. So to build them a simple, quaint house for them to live in while they're producing for our Yass Valley, I think is entirely correct, and I don't think it sets a precedent to be varying RU1 production land. So yeah, I wholeheartedly support the alternate of that shadow commission.
Thank you, councillor Butler. Any further comments? Councillor Burgess, you have the right to close, oh sorry, councillor Butler?
Let's get him a house.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna say something.
Councillor Burgess.
Wow.
You done? Councillors, let's vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to item 6.5, the development application DA 250311, dual occupancy dwelling house with attached garage workshop, 6 Discovery Drive, Yass. There is a recommendation before us in the business papers, councillors, which is on page 64. Councillors, is there any appetite to move the motion proposed in the business paper? If that lapses, give anyone an opportunity? Okay. Okay, I believe that's lapsed. Okay, so we have an alternate motion for 6 Discovery Drive, Yass. Councillor Rothwell, I believe you have the motion.
I'd like to move that conditional development consent be issued for the development application number DA 250311 for a dwelling house creating dual occupancy with a garage and workshop and earthworks and stormwater realignment works at 6 Discovery Drive, Yass, subject to the conditions requiring the use of the heritage style colour palette. And for details of this colour palette to be submitted to council for approval prior to the issue of construction certificate. And 2, council reiterates its resolution of the 28th of March 24, resolution 50, in that the Leighton Green conifers pines, I'm not reading the Latin, that have been planted within and in proximity of the easements for services be removed and relocated to a minimum of 6 metres from the centre line of the easement to reduce potential damage to infrastructure and to ensure ongoing access for maintenance purposes.
Very good. Councillors, do we have a seconder?
No.
Seconded, Councillor Charity.
Good on you, mate.
Let's try to find it now, sorry. Okay, That is seconded, so councillor Rushall, you can speak to it now.
Yeah. Well, all I wanted to say was, let's get it built to a street.
Councillor Sharon.
I just very much in Councillor Roth was late. I'd like to very quickly just say I was very compelled by Mr. Wayne Crumlin's presentation during the public forum. I believe this is in the best interest of the wider community. I want to support this motion. Thank you, Madam
Councillor Flannery.
I speak for it, but I just want to clarify one or two things. First of all, I recognise that the reason our planning area rejected it was because of the size and scale of it, but then the size and scale of the block is significantly larger than others, so it's a little bit hard to compare apples to apples. So I recognise their rationale for rejecting, but also our desire to allow it. I just want to propose an amendment to number 2, wearing my tree hat. Leighton Greens will not be relocated very well, they will just die. So I think that we're asking something that will just be very difficult to do, so we agree that they should be removed, and I think we should have other trees planted. If they choose to replant them and they die, that's a waste of energy, so just, and other than that, I really hate Leighton's Green, so.
So just picking up on what you've said, so we're not going to reiterate that, we're going to call for the removal
And replanting of suitable species.
As approved by.
You can leave the minimum of 6 metres from the centre line to reduce potential damage to infrastructure, but I think just replanting in a suitable location.
Okay, so what we're going to need is so remove the reiterates, and council requires the removal of the Leighton green conifer pines that have been planted in proximity, etc., and that sorry, give me the words. It's plantings.
But they can't be replanted at the same. They can't be replanted in the same area. So we just, that have been planted. So we propose the removal of the Leighton green conifers that have been planted in the incorrect location or wherever they were, and
and other plantings.
Can't they just try and plant them
approved
again?
by council.
Just within proximity to the easements and services. And an appropriate one.
Yeah. So details of the plants, proposed plants be submitted to council for approval.
Yeah, prior to the issue.
Okay.
yeah, that's good.
Okay, sorry.
But can they just replant them?
So details.
Dead enough dead trees. Dead enough dead trees.
Details
Provide habitat for the dead trees.
trees
Leighton
to
green.
be planted, well, you didn't make trees submitted to council for approval
now.
prior to the issue
Always
of instructions.
Within
So
correct
we're just
location.
relying on councillor Flannery's expert advice in the moment that these plants won't replant, that they will die. So I just need to understand that
Comments from the Greens?
we can do that.
Can't hear you.
Within proximity to the easement. So the correct location.
needs to go.
So remove the correct, we're gonna remove correct location. So we just say planted within the easements, so we
Within proximity to the
remove
easement.
correct location. I mean, do we wanna leave the option open for them to attempt the replanting if they
They
want
want
to
to do that, they can try.
Yeah.
But if it dies, they need to replant.
But we can't tell them to replant. Can we?
Well, what they do
I mean, with respect, don't they need a landscape plan when they're submitting the, do they, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, the acting director of planning, don't they need a landscape plan, isn't that what we're saying? Because are we asking them to do something that we wouldn't normally ask people like to plant trees?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the issue is that the trees are planted where they shouldn't be,
Yes.
and so we're asking them.
So all we need to do is ask them to remove it, to remove them, that's all we need to do.
What they want to do after that is.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. Council requires the removal of the latent green conifer pines that have been planted within proximity to the easements and full stop, after the easements. Right. Fabulous.
The trees were planted originally to screen the block from the neighbours. Now, if you remove them and don't replace them, you now open up.
Was it their choice to screen it? They weren't.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I wonder if it was an original consent of the development that they did have to actually plant. So maybe we need to look at what the original consent was in regards to tree planting, and if it's still,
You can condition it right now. Suitable screening plants be submitted to council and prior to the issuing of a construction certificate. We can do it right now. If you want plants to screen, we can do it right now. We have the power.
I think it's a good advice
Yeah,
to have some
okay,
screening.
alright, well, we'll leave that bit in. So appropriate details of the trees to be planted be submitted to council prior to the issue of construction certificate. That keeps everyone happy. Neighbours,
Isn't it the screening plant or the tree?
sorry.
screening.
vegetation.
Here it comes.
So that's the right words, vegetation buffer is the right words we need. Sorry, who knew? Okay.
Wasn't my go-to.
Printed of the, instead of trees, we say vegetation buffer. Thank you so much, Kate. To be planted. Be submitted to council prior to the issue of construction certificate.
I know, I'm up and standing anyway, so I may as well, I'll just speak to the motion.
Councillor Butler.
I again thank the staff for all the work that they put into it, and I appreciate that they were, wanting to refuse this, but again, just looking at this on its merits, this is a 2.7 hectare block. It's 27 times larger than any of the other residential blocks, and it has been self-assessed as the best block in the entire Yass Valley. So I think to put a dual occupancy of just a 2-bedroom dwelling, I imagine that this is just to facilitate accommodation for family. I don't think that they would be doing anything other than that in a workshop. I think that we should be supportive of that. We should be supportive of people addressing their own housing crisis and being able to move in their family members on their 2.7 hectare blocks.
Councillors, any further speakers? Opportunity to close?
You know what I'll say.
Let's get it done.
Let's get it done. Yeah. I think do it. Yes, that's good. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Rockall. All those in favour? That's Councillor Butler, Councillor McGrath, Councillor Carter, Councillor Cherry, Jones, Councillor Burgess, Councillor Rothwell, Councillor Flannery. All those against? Councillor Cameron. The motion is passed. Okay, councillors, we now move on to item 6.6, development application DA 250138, multi-dwelling development and strata title subdivision 141 Mears Street, Yass, and it's on page 74. And I believe we have a recommendation to approve. Councillors, do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Carter. Seconder? Councillor Cherry. Councillor Carter, you have the floor.
Very little to say, just to commend the work again of council staff with respect to, I think, a very solid proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. Councillor Cherry?
Question,
Councillor McGrath.
I have concerns about stormwater management in that area, and I want some reassurance. I've had a lot of contact with residents in Dartmouth Street who have been flooded continuously since the ambulance station was built. Now, when the last time I visited the scene, flooding was occurring. I found the footpath actually fell backwards towards the house. So water that's discharged further up the street flows down the gutter, then over the gutter and into the house below. So I imagine that water being discharged from this development will go to the gutter. And that will add to the stormwater concerns for the people down below.
I'll seek some advice through the CEO.
Through you.
So, the applicant provided stormwater management plans as part of the development application process, which indicates that a stormwater drain is to be installed at the lowest point of the site. As well as that, our council's development standards engineer has concluded that the development will not create adverse impacts of the flow of stormwater. If I can just add to that, there's also conditions of consent that require final engineering construction details to be provided, and these will be approved by council's engineers prior to the issue of the construction certificate.
Councillor McGrath, can I ask you a question, since you've been very observant? Is this part of the footpath that's angled, is it directly in front of where we're proposing or nearby?
No, it's nearby.
Okay.
It's big on the street, maybe 2 doors.
Okay. So it sounds like as a separate matter, we might need to do our due diligence and check that that footpath doesn't need prioritising. Yep. Okay. Councillor Rothwell.
I've noticed in my wanderings around Yass that there's a lot of stormwater issues that have been created by development, especially as you come in from Wee Jasper Road. You know the one you've met me up there.
Yep.
And we just need to make sure that the development engineer is looking at it correctly. That's the big one.
Okay. Councillors, any further comments on this one? Councillor Kane, would you like to close? We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? So that's Councillor Butler, McGrath, Carter, Cherry, Jones, Burgess, Rothwell, Cameron. Those against? Councillor Flannery. The motion is passed. Now moving on to, we're skipping over 6.7 and 6.8 to the 6.9, Crown Land Manager, Wee Jasper Memorial Hall and Tennis Courts to Wee Jasper Community Association on page 84. Councillors, we have a recommendation before us that this be noted and the Minister for Water, Property and Housing be advised that Yass Valley Council relinquishes all interest in management of the lots in question. I have a mover, Councillor Cameron. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Flannery. Councillor Cameron, you have the floor.
Yeah, just briefly, look, I think this is something the Wee Jasper people have been looking for some period of time. I think it's a win-win situation for both the Wee Jasper community and the council as well. And I think it's taken a significant amount of time to arrive at this, and it's great to see it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Any further comments? Councillor Flannery.
I strongly endorse the motion. I feel that it's great when communities can take back control and management of facilities that are really crucial to their existence. I just would also hope that the Yass Council continues to offer support where needed should their community need it.
I have a question through the CEO. Are we in conversation with them? I'm pretty sure we are, but are we in conversation with them about what's needed to become rent exempt as a charity?
Council staff, if we haven't, we certainly will.
Okay. Councillors, any further comments, questions? Opportunity to close, Councillor Cameron? Sorry, Councillor Carter, question.
Just through you, Madam Mayor, to the CFO, it talks about cost savings. Could you give us a sense of what that actually entails in this particular application?
Madam Mayor, thank
thank you for the question. I actually don't actually have, the level of numbers identified in the report, but
I'll answer that. Thank you, councillor Carter. Look, our community halls aren't over-serviced, shall we say, but council would certainly, when needed, do reactive maintenance if and when it's required, and services of that nature. So it's more around a consolidated budget that we'd be working through at the moment. Under this resolution or this recommendation, and certainly it is something I believe has been asked by the Winchester community, they would be responsible for all costs associated, but it doesn't enable them to apply directly to the Crown Land and things like the Crown Reserves Improvement Fund and other grant applications directly to the government.
I'll make a brief comment as well, Madam Mayor. I had the pleasure of attending the Winchester Community Association with my daughter for Anzac Day, and it was just a fantastic community event. There was over 250 people there. The school marched all the way from the bridge to this particular facility. It's a real community asset in that sense, and so giving the opportunity for this community to look after themselves, I think, is a really appropriate and bold move from council. I commend the motion to stand.
Thank you, councillor Cameron. Any further comments? Would you like to close, councillor Cameron?
Yeah, just briefly. Yes, I think they're aware of the difficulties that they face with the hall, including the wombats underneath. Becoming a tourist attraction, possibly. But I congratulate the local community association in particular, willing to take on this task as volunteers and really trying to make a difference for the building. Thank you, and the tennis court.
Thank you, councillor Cameron. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Councillors. Moving on to item 6.12, the Crago Mill Stage 2 review. That's on page 91. There is a recommendation before us, councillors. Is there an appetite to move what's in the business paper? I'll take that as a no, so that motion has lapsed and councillor Flannery is on her feet.
So there should be a motion that was sent to you, but I'll just read it. So, the motion before you, if you want me to read it now.
That would be terrific. Thank you,
sorry.
councillor Flannery.
That the council resolves to discontinue the full completion of stage 2 of the Crago Precinct project as currently endorsed, primarily not to proceed with the redevelopment of the historic Crago Mill building and building new premises due to the impact on the council's current financial position. Point 2, to demolish the existing administration building as completed in stage 2 of the current project plan due to the cost of repairs that would be required to the building to meet current occupation standards. To design, point 3, to design and construct the landscaping of the open space as shown on the site plan in ways that enhance environmental and social outcomes. This includes the allocation of up to $500,000 to undertake landscape treatments, including the construction of paths, dark sky compliant lighting, seating, fencing and planting schemes which reduce the reliance on irrigation post-establishment, fertiliser, enhance biodiversity and promote flora suitable to Yass's climate and where possible exhibit flora of the region. Allocate up to $500,000 to construct an appropriate fence around the site.
50,000.
Sorry, 50,000, sorry. 50,000 to construct an appropriate fence around the site of the historic Crago Mill building. This may involve environmental and heritage considerations. Point 5, that the structural assessment and design work related to the historic Crago Mill building progresses, allocating $400,000 for this work. 6, that a report progresses to council should funding sources, sorry that's confusing, should funding courses be available to undertake further work to the historic Crago Mill building. Point 7, council staff to investigate the feasibility of subdividing the proposed land identified for the new commercial precinct to commercially sell this site. And point 8, which is not there, that money be allocated to the maintenance of the new landscaping works for at least the first 2 years. It's not up there, it's just something that came in to my head, that we use some funding for the maintenance of the new landscape works.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Carter is seconding. So sorry, let me just write this down.
No, so point 6 is on that the structural
Funding
assessment.
sources be available.
Yes, it's the word available is missing.
So funding sources become available.
Councillor Flannery, is that what you were after for point 8?
Allocate at least 2 years of maintenance funding for the landscaping works. Or a minimum of. And point 6 should become available that a report progresses to council should funding sources to undertake further work to the historic Crago Mill building become available.
And just before I open the floor to Councillor Flannery to speak, can I just get an idea of how many other motions are bobbling in the background? How many foreshadows are we likely to have here? Okay, just need to check. Okay, all right. Councillor Flannery, you may now have the floor.
It disappoints me enormously not to progress with the Crago Mill precinct and new commercial facilities because I feel that it would be fabulous for Yass, but I'm also highly cognizant or I'm highly aware of the difficult situation that the Yass Council is currently in. At the business chamber breakfast, there was a lot of support for this, and I was one of the lone voices saying we need to be really financially mindful of this will cost money, and our recent reports, our financial reports have shown that to be the case, and it would be inappropriate for us at this stage to continue development. What I would also like to see is, and sorry, point number 2, some people have come to me and said, why do we need to demolish the administration building? Some may say it's not beautiful, but I believe that, if there are people that can rent the space and we talk about affordability and things and the cost of building things is a lot, then we should do it. But I've been advised that it has significant problems with it and that the cost to repair it would be great, and so that we should agree to demolish the existing administration building. My main desire is that 1, we build a building, but 2, we build it within a landscape. Crago Mill is where it is important or was important to the Yass community because it provided food for Yass. And food from Yass came from crops that were growing around, from people that worked in there. And so I really feel that we can recognise Crago Mill, we can recognise the landscaping by not just doing beautification works where we think something's pretty. Many people think Flory art is pretty, for example, but I feel it's a huge resource extractor because it just plants something that are there for the short term. I feel that we should build a landscape that reflects the landscape, that reflects the region and is climate appropriate. I also feel that we should look further than just a heritage of the past. Our heritage is our future, and so looking at fences that might fence off and coppice logs here or do something like that is really inappropriate. We should be seeing how we get biodiversity into our town, not just something that's over there. We want it here. We want people to look at Yass's business, at Yass's council chamber without spending huge amounts of money, but really trying to emphasise that the land is still the most important thing around Yass and that we are going to respect it and reflect it.
Councillor Flannery, CEO Ms Gowling-Burley has a suggestion for you for point 6.
Yes, please. If we could just suggest a very, very minor amendment where in point 6 where it says should funding, it would be great if we could say if grant funding sources.
Yep.
We just don't want it to be confused down the track for loan funding or something along those lines.
I do agree with that, but I am also aware of the Kruger Foundation in Harden, which is money allocated for Harden. But what if we had a Kruger in Yass and that they get money? So I think that we should not just be grant funding, it should be funding including grant services that private money could be given.
Grant
It's unlikely.
Grant style,
or
grant
other
style
sources.
funding.
Or other
Grant-
sources, I just think we shouldn't limit ourselves in case someone wants to leave money to Yass, and rural is another example where individuals have left money.
Grant / beneficiary.
Thank you.
Okay. Otherwise people think we're gonna, sell the town to pay them. Okay. So our seconder was Councillor Carter, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to speak for the motion. My thanks to staff who have worked really hard on a broader question of the financial sustainability of this particular organisation. When I took office in October, I had heard lots and lots of questions around the state of the finances of Yass Valley Council. It was significantly less than the real story in terms of what really we were facing. What has been suggested here is a prudent step, alongside a broad range of other steps that have been taken both internally within the organisation to start to think about how we, as required by Deputy Secretary Mr. Whitworth, in terms of pulling levers to improve our financial position. What we see, and in that state, I want to commend equally that very recently at a special ARIC committee meeting, that's the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting, all members were deeply in favour and supportive of the financial work that had been undertaken, particularly by our CFO, by our Director of Corporate and Community, as well as by the CEO of the organisation as well. This is a long pathway back to financial strength, but this motion takes, I think, the prudent step in terms of a project that many in the community never fully understood. I want to ensure that people recognise, and a number of comments have come through by people saying this hasn't been consulted about. This was signalled within our financial sustainability roadmap and was signalled within the broader questions that we've been working through over the last couple of months within Council. And that included the opportunity for people to comment in and around this particular question. It was interesting that people didn't necessarily take the opportunity to speak precisely about this. We, in this sense, are starting to pull the right levers, and one has to recognise that what ultimately would cost at least $11 million, and the one thing that always worries me about that costing is there are things that we haven't even resolved yet, which is what is the real status of the mill? What is its current condition and viability? We don't actually have proper structural reports yet that answers those particular questions. And so it's easy to say this is what we think the price is going to be of that particular activity, but until we actually have all of that information in front of us, to some degree, it's how long is a piece of string, one never quite knows what the cost of this will be per se. This is not, I suppose we need to recognise that commercial property is not necessarily the core business of council. And while there is potential need for further entertainment activities, cafes, the like, within a broader main street, one thing that was less considered, it seemed, was that what is the impact across all of our main street per se? And so I think in that sense, and we do have main street plans and other bits and pieces which have been costed and lots of activities. We might want to break that process into constituent components to be able to start that beautification process more generally of our main street, which is such an important part historically to what Yass is itself. I want to make a comment though with respect to the historical nature as suggested by Councillor Flannery with respect to the mill itself. I want to make very clear that this is not an abandonment of trying to protect what is a heritage asset for the community. What is disappointing generally, though, is that we have a broad range of historic assets within town, heritage type buildings, and one might list out things like the former commercial hotel. We might talk to things like the Liberty Theatre. We might point to other components of the street which unfortunately we haven't looked at in terms of resolving. And I wonder if council needs to look at a strategy to, again from a broader tourism, a broader amenities, a broader community perspective, to look at ways to support beautification of what are really important sites for our entire region more generally. We have to make a prudent decision here. The work of the consultants in this particular work from AEC effectively make a really clear statement. And the statement is, this should never, ever, 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 ever have been built. And that's as clear as it could be. I wasn't a decision maker at the time, but what I do suggest is that this is the most prudent step for us to make. I really hope that future funding comes through either from community beneficiaries or specific applications around the historic sites for what is an important part of our town. But at this stage, this is the right decision for us to make as a group.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. Councillors, I would now like to foreshadow a motion. And very succinctly, the reason being is we still have grant applications live right now, including a $25 million regional precinct grant, to which I would hate to signal to the grant providers that we have discontinued a project. So I have 8 similar points. One, to pause the full completion of stage 2 of the Craigoville Precinct project is currently endorsed, primarily not to proceed with redevelopment of the historic Craigoville building and building of new commercial premises due to the impact on the Council's current financial position and ongoing sustainability in the short and long term. 2, to present a report back to Council within 18 months on grant funding secured to progress the development of part of full stage 2 Craigoville Precinct project. 3, to demolish the existing administration building as contemplated in stage 2 of the current project plan, due to the building being at end of useful life and being cost prohibitive to improve the building to meet current occupation standards. 4, to allocate up to $350,000 for the beautification landscaping of the open space as shown on the site plan, incorporating a yarning circle. And I would like to stress there that a lot of work has already been done with our Ngunnawal elders in plant selection and the design. 5, to allocate up to $100,000 to apply turf and construction of a low-level barrier around the proposed commercial site. And that could look anything like sandstone blocks to country-style pale fencing. To allocate up to $50,000 to construct a fence around the site for the historic Craigoville building, which is sympathetic to the area and endorsed by a heritage advisor. 7, that the structural assessment and design work related to the historic Craigoville building progresses, allocating $400,000 for this work. And that 8, council staff to investigate the feasibility to subdivide the proposed land area identified for the new commercial building and report back to a future meeting of council. So I'll just give councillors just a quick more moment to read that. Obviously, I've been circulating, and so there are elements of this one in Councillor Flannery's. But if you want to highlight the differences, probably the first sentence is the pause, the reference to doing the beautification and the landscaping as per the site plan that we've been working on with our Ngunnawal elders, incorporating the yarning circle, and also to allocate the $50,000, the $100,000 to do the low-level barrier around the commercial building site to create just a visual cue that this is separate land rather than all community-based land for future use as a commercial subdivision. Okay, Councillor Cameron, I now need to open to speakers for and against Councillor Flannery and Councillor Carter's, unless you have a question.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm really surprised about the the application for funding for Crago Mill. This has been going on since last year. I just find, I actually thought we probably hadn't got it and nobody was going to pass on the information that we didn't get it. So it's been nearly a year.
If I can update you, the round 2 funding, that was significantly delayed. So that was everything that was applied for in November. The cut-off was November 2024.
Correct.
They're only just, I believe, shortlisting some of those projects now. So they are tracking very much behind in that process.
Because of the election, to some extent, I think.
That would have been part of it, but they were already, I think, tracking a bit behind.
I'm surprised that I'll just make a comment, I'm surprised that we're optimistic about this because the Commonwealth and the state have provided a reasonable amount of money for the water treatment plant, and I'd be surprised.
Different grant pool.
Yeah, different grant pool, but it's all politics, and I just wonder whether this is a reality.
Everything's a long shot in a regional precincts grant, but for those that are successful, it is a game changer. So while ever there is a grant live, I would hate to signal to a grant provider right in this moment that we are discontinuing. I think pausing is a sensible message. Sorry, Councillor Fleming.
I did read your motion or your foreshadowed motion, and just borrowing words that you used earlier in this meeting, you said of the wind farms, the pace at which our environment needs to adjust. And so the reason I have proposed a motion is putting lawn down or turf at $100,000 and suggesting sandstone, which is not from the region, there's no contextual basis here. So I tried to bring some of these works, these ideas together and give the community a better outcome that is more environmentally responsible, is more forward thinking and is more appropriate to where our contemporary view should be. To only consider heritage as a past thing, like what was for a mill, dismisses how we can use our own knowledge and thoughts about what it could be. And so I urge the councillors to review my motion, which includes all those points other than the word pause. The first point, mine has discontinue rather than, so whatever, if you think we're open to a grant, then, pigs might fly, as one says. But anyway, that it is what it is. I urge the councillors, and you might think that I'm completely kooky, but many of us in tonight's debates have thought about the environment in one way and the other, and Councillor Burgess relies on our environment to run his businesses. We all rely on the environment to run our business. Putting turf in and only including Indigenous yarning circles, my motion talks about appropriate seating.
Sorry, Councillor Flannery, I'm just going to have to stop now because I've actually allowed the debate to slip into debating the foreshadowed motion, and what I should be doing is allowing speakers for your motion right now. So I'm just going to pull us all up and just go now to speaker for Councillor Flannery's motion. Councillor, Charity, thank you.
I promise. Anyway, thank you, Madam Mayor. True to form, couple of prepared notes. Anyway, I'm very pleased that this motion by Councillor Flannery and Councillor Carter has been brought before us, and I want to begin my speech tonight by commending our CEO, our CFO, our Director of Corporate, their respective teams for getting us to this point. Their efforts demonstrate exactly the kind of accountability and transparency that our community expects from us and from Yass Valley Council. I strongly support the Crago Mill Precinct project. I believe, as many in our community do, that once complete, it will stand as the heart and soul of the Yass Valley, a place that celebrates our heritage while providing modern spaces that serve our residents for generations to come. Many residents are patiently waiting the official opening and the chance to walk through and experience this great new building. I can assure you of that. As a candidate, I ran on a platform of accountability and transparency. Tonight, as a councillor, I take pride in seeing those principles reflected in the modelling presented in our business papers. While this decision alone will not solve the financial crisis that Yass Valley Council is currently facing, it does send a clear signal that we are taking very clear steps in the right direction. It reassures not only the Office of Local Government, but most importantly the Yass Valley community, that there is a viable path towards a long-term financial sustainability of this council. I also want to acknowledge the voices of our residents who have engaged with us on this matter. And in particular, I wish to highlight the contribution of Ms. Cheryl Mongan, Vice President of the Yass and District Historical Society, who has given decades of service as a volunteer in preserving our region's history. Cheryl has raised concerns about the current state of the historic Crago Mill itself, the centrepiece of the precinct. Cheryl has eloquently reminded us that the mill is the last of its kind in Yass. It holds a central place in our collective story. She has also asked important questions about the structural assessment carried out before and after each major works, about the risk of deterioration behind fencing, and about whether shovel-ready plans prepared now will still be relevant if funding becomes available many years down the track. These are not criticisms, but respectful reminders to us of our obligations to this significant building and to our shared heritage. I firmly believe this motion, presented by Councillor Flannery, strikes the right balance. It acknowledges our financial reality, that we cannot at this time responsibly commit millions of dollars to complete the redevelopment of a historic mill or build new commercial premises without placing further strain on our ratepayers. At the same time, it ensures that immediate and responsible steps are taken by this elected body. The Crago Mill precinct will be enhanced through landscaping and beautification works that improve amenity and create a welcoming, culturally inclusive space for our community to enjoy. That is very important to me. Practical measures such as fencing and turfing will make the site potentially not turfing, but make the site safer, more presentable and ready for public use. Importantly, the fencing proposed, as assured by our CEO, will not be an eyesore, but has been designed to complement the character of the precinct and sit aesthetically within its surroundings. Just as importantly, progressing structural assessment and design work on the historic mill will help safeguard this iconic building right now, while ensuring we are ready to act the moment external funding sources through potentially grant funding opportunities arise. In addition, this motion directs staff to progress subdivision of the commercial block, which may allow council to offset future costs through its sale. This is good financial management and a responsible step forward. May I say directly to Cheryl and to the members of the Yass and District Historical Society and to all those other people watching currently right now and very interested in this motion, your concerns are heard and deeply respected. This council remains committed to protecting the historic Crago Mill site. This council, the allocation for structural work is not about delay or abandonment. It is about reinforcement, readiness, and ensuring that the building remains viable until the right opportunity to restore fully presents itself. For me, this motion is about striking the right balance, protecting our heritage, delivering visible improvements for our residents, but most importantly, making financially responsible decisions in the best interest of the Yass Valley community. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cherry. Do we have a speaker against this motion? Do I have any further speakers for the motion? Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to support the motion presented by Councillor Flannery and supported by Councillor Carter. I think the idea of discontinuing stage 2, to my mind, was brought up by Councillor Carter in, I think, about January or February of this year. And I think it's been bubbling along for some time to permeate or penetrate through the whole sort of council sort of looking at these particular financial problems. I also raised the issue for reducing the interest rate paid on the loan, and I think I can be corrected. I'm still waiting for a formal response to what efforts were made in regard to that particular asking, which was a motion, I think, out of the March meeting. Look, I think there's a number of issues here. I think the financial one is overriding, that we need to stop and take pause. I agree with Councillor Cherry that the Historical Society, through Cheryl Mongan, has made a valuable contribution about the importance of the historic Crago Mill building. I think it's important to sort of reassess whether there was any sort of real assessment of the capability of the mill to handle the development that was being recommended in the initial stages. And I think we need to really prioritise that and really make a move on finding out what its structural integrity is and working on that and trying to get the money to fix it. I think one of the things with the this particular motion is that 400,000 that the 0.5 that the structural assessment and design work related to the historical Craig. Well, you know, like it sort of makes me really sort of shudder to think that the structural assessment needs to be done again, or if it was ever done. And secondly, I don't really, I'm voting for the motion and I'm in favour of it. But the design work, I think, from my point of view, I think let the design work stay out of the picture at this stage. We need to get the building assessed and fixed as quickly as possible. And the 400,000 should be spent on that particular work. I think the foreshadowed motion fails from my perspective because the whole idea of the development was...
Councillor, I'll just have to remind you to speak for or against the motion before you, and if this fails, then you get to speak to that motion. Otherwise,
okay.
I'm allowing...
The advantage with this motion,
Thank
the
you.
advantage with this motion is it...
Nice pivot.
It gets rid of the fencing around the side of the demolished building, and I think that's important in the essence of having a flow through to the whole development area. I think we need flow through the building precinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Do I have any further speakers for the motion? Okay. So now we're going to allow Councillor Flannery to close, and if the motion is successful, the foreshadowed motion lapses.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, it's remiss of me not to thank our CFO, and I'm going to get the acronym wrong, so I'll just call you out, Peter. With regard to the acronyms, for your work, it has been long and arduous and very detailed, and I'm immensely appreciative of it. First and foremost, that is. As I said earlier, the landscape is very important to me, as are all the financial matters. I do urge you to look at my motion in the first context, that it says that we are going to discontinue with the current proposal, which is the completion of the Craig O'Neill precinct. We do still have opportunities to look at the structural work and to think about it in other ways should grants and other funding sources become available. But the main difference in my motion is that I urge the council to think about open space not just as beautification works, but as landscapes that can actually reflect our community, can reflect a contemporary sustainable model where we can go to. It's not just a yarning circle, it's not just a piece of land, it's something that reflects our community and the values that we have, which is not just turf and irrigation.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. We have a motion before us, councillors. I'd like to put this to the vote now. All those in favour of the motion before you? We have councillors McGrath, Carter, Cherry, Flannery, and Cameron. Okay, all those against? Councillors Butler, Jones, Rothwell. You're going with the first one? Yeah, okay. So we have only 3 against, so Jones. The motion has passed. Congratulations, Councillor Flannery. All right, moving on to item, I believe 6.13, the draft policy interaction between council officials. Councillor Cameron, is that one that you wanted to speak to? That's on page 96.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You moving the recommendation, Councillor?
Okay, okay, I'll move it. Reluctant, but anyway, I'll move it.
Okay, and do we have a second now? Councillor Carter. Councillor Cameron, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm moving this. I'm always a little bit reluctant to authorise the CEO to do anything independently without coming back to council. But I can imagine that there are circumstances with changes occurring. That's fine by me. I wanted to just make a couple of quick comments. Usually when we propose something like this, you talk about why it's necessary in some detail, what problems need to be addressed, etc., etc. I'm not positive that this has happened. Why we need to do this and have this spelled out to this extent. I'm sure there are some problems involved, but I would have liked to have seen them a little bit more elaborated upon. Second thing is, it suggests a periodic review, but there's no timeline for that. So I could make a suggestion that there be a timeline. And within the policy, it says 3.12b, in the CEO's opinion, if it results in an unreasonable diversion of officers' time and resources, you can halt the thing. And it relates to councillors. I was just wondering whether it applies to the mayor as well in regard to mayoral minutes, etc. Or is councillors, is the mayor included in the...
I'll take that as a snarky comment.
Please do, thank you.
In anticipation of, I'll answer that for you, in anticipation of the new draft code of meeting practice, I think I've got more.
I know you have.
Okay, Councillor Carter.
Might I ask a couple of questions before perhaps commenting? There's a couple of words in here that worry me a little bit, and so just asking some clarification. Could you explain, so through you, Madam Mayor, to the CEO, are you able to explain how you're going to make a decision around, and I'm referring particularly to page 1036 of the actual policy, part 3. How are you going to make a decision between information that is within, and might just disappear, within exercising our function and something that we're merely curious about? Could you explain how you're going to make that distinction? That worries me as a construct.
Yeah. Councillor Carter, do you have an actual number?
3.1.
3.1. Yeah.
I've just lost this one. Yeah, through page 1036. Page 7 of 13 of the policy.
Oh, sorry.
I guess policy is always written for the exception. Most, the policy is there, but for most part, councillors do have the right to request information that is provided as part of your civic functions, and your civic functions are detailed within the Act as well. I suppose the merely curious is one that would be a stretch of those functions that councillors do have, and one that would clearly indicates that it's potentially utilising resources that would be out of the ordinary for a council to be requesting. I don't believe there's any hard and fast rule, but clearly if you're exercising your civic function within the powers of the Local Government Act, then absolutely that's a reasonable request.
I mean, I think in relation to that, there is perhaps some guidance from administrative law as to what that might look like, but I think that the wording is slippery and I think dangerous potentially. It also refers to a councillor request system in 3.4. I'm not aware of a councillor request system. Is there one? And I wasn't aware that councillors use it.
It's email me.
We just say email you.
That is our system at this point in time, but I suppose other councils in New South Wales do have a specific councillor request system, so I suppose it's leaving it open for whatever our system is or may be into the future.
There's a WhatsApp group chat coming to you soon. Not.
Exciting. I also just was worried about part 6 and in particular 6.1 about appropriate interaction. I'm just, one of the things that we have done, I think in December of last year, is council did attend the councillors briefly the staff Christmas party as a thank you. That doesn't appear in this list. It actually almost restricts that. And I don't know if that's intentional or not. I understand that, you know, we are being quite careful about interactions, but the idea of thanking staff for their work to me seems a legitimate exercise, and to have it not within the appropriate interaction list seems to be perhaps outside of the spirit of the policy.
I really don't think we can have a policy that meets every single requirement of interactions. These are the overarching principles and guidance around that interaction. My understanding is that councillors were invited to last year's Christmas party for a period of time, and after such, so there was some, I suppose, boundaries put around that interaction, and I'm quite comfortable in being able to manage that those interactions in that circumstances relating to that specific. I don't think it breaches the policy. It's covered in the table, it's the first part. Oh, there you go, covered in the table in the first part.
Will come this year.
Behave, all right.
Yeah, sorry, just one. Oh, no, it's okay.
Councillor Carter.
Don't worry, stop. Okay.
Can I ask a question through you, Madam Mayor? If councillors themselves would like to put forward a submission when this goes on public exhibition, is that, how do we do that? Do we do that as a councillor or as a member of the public?
I would email myself as a suggestion to be taken into consideration during the public exhibition period.
Thank you, councillors. If there's no further debate, let's put that one to the vote. Before Councillor Rockwood determines an amendment to this. All right. All those in favour of the motion? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to item 6.4, public interest disclosure policy in compliance with public interest disclosures, Act 2022, 6.14. That was on the block move list, but we've pulled it out. Councillor Cameron, I understand you want to speak to this.
Yeah, just briefly.
And will you also be moving, Councillor?
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Seconded. Councillor Burgess, thank you. Councillor McGrath, are you right? Do you want to speak to that? No?
Yeah, sure.
Councillor Cameron, a question.
Yeah, look, I've just got a couple of questions, might surprise you. A couple of questions about it. This was supposed to be done in 2023 and wasn't done. Therefore, what's the current situation?
The current situation?
Sorry, yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the current situation is we are in breach of our obligations. As all councillors would be aware, we've had significant changes within the Yass Valley Council senior executive. Some things should have happened some while ago. We are now playing catch up with a whole range of policies and procedures, getting them endorsed. We are working through those and trying to expedite it as quickly as we possibly can to get to become compliant without not giving policies of this nature the due consideration that it needs as well.
Do we have a PID coordinator at this stage in the organisation?
Yes, the PID coordinator is actually Caitlin, who is our senior governance advisor.
Okay, so if there was an issue, you go there.
Yeah, so in local government, particularly small councils, you'll see staff wear many different hats. And Caitlin's got that joy for the PID.
Okay, and I think the idea of the training is important, and that's very commendable.
Absolutely, and it is a requirement, and it's something that our staff as well as councillors need to go through.
Thank you.
Councillors, is there any further debate? Right, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's moved unanimously. Councillor, it passed unanimously. Councillors, moving on to item 6. 6.16, final adoption of remade code of conduct and supporting procedures for administration. It's on page 102. We have a recommendation before us, councillors, that it be adopted. And that council notes further review of each of these instruments will be necessary well before the end of the current term of council, if action on the reform initiatives announced by the New South Wales Minister for Local Government in December 2024 proceeds as anticipated. Do I have a mover? So moved from, thank you, Councillor Carter. Councillor Roswell.
Good combo.
Debate?
Yes.
Come on, Councillor Campbell, I think you pulled this out.
Done.
No, I did not.
No.
This was
Oh,
not,
sorry.
this was not on the
Oh,
list.
this is not on the
Should have
list.
been.
Clearly.
This one.
Alright, sorry, there's no commentary from the staff. Let's.
Or from the cheap seats.
Who's got the
Alright,
cheap seats?
all those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, on to 6.17, the review of council internal audit charter, page 104. We have a recommendation to endorse the YBC internal audit charter for September 2025 final. Have a mover. Thank you, Councillor Ross. Councillor Chang. Any commentary? Debate. All those in favour? So moved. The investment and borrowing report, page 106. We have a recommendation that the period covering 31st of August be noted. So moved, Councillor Carter. Councillor Cherry.
Just a big picture, and it might be perhaps one to take on notice as well. The implications of the decision we just made in relation to 6.12, how does that impact upon what we would be looking for from our funding facility in relation to our credit middle loan from Westpac? Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, to the CFO. Apologies.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks for that question, Councillor Carter. So we currently have a loan facility which is up to $50 million. And we draw down on that to finalise the construction. So what will happen there is that based on 6.12, we'll move, once we move to the finalisation of stage 1 and the additional works that we need to do that we've just approved, it might cost us up to $31 million, for example. What we will then do is talk with Westpac where the loan facility and the value of the loan will reduce to that 39 million, and then we will negotiate a new business finance agreement that will become a principal and interest loan at that time. We do have a review meeting with Westpac in January, and we'll see the stage and the status of where the project is at, and then what is our strategy going forward with the loan and when it reverts from interest only to a principal interest. I've spoken with the bank on this just this morning, of continual discussions with the bank with our financing, and that's their advice as well.
I wonder if it's possible that a kind of re-estimation of the sort of long-term financial plan be brought back to council at a subsequent meeting just to see the full impact of that. I'm not sure if it's a fair request, but it would be good to see. I think we can model it, but it would be good to get the actual proof of that. The second question I had though was, we seem to, I understand interest rates are decreasing, and that might be the answer you're about to give. We're now investing, 5 significant amounts of money in Heartland Bank with an unpleasant credit rating. Are we able to explain why we've been making that decision? I understand it's A3 short term, but the sort of triple B issue might be worrying. Is that simply an interest rate decision?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is, it's a balancing of our portfolio decision, but also where we can maximise interest on those investments. And what we're doing, and I don't have the percentages with me, is we're balancing our portfolio within the ratios of our investment policy. And those investments, we use curve securities for the non-National Australia Bank term deposits, and we take their recommendation as well into account when we invest into those securities.
Just have one final question around that. My understanding was that there was at some stage an updated investment policy to be brought back to council. I'm just not sure where that is sitting on the current work plan. It would be good to get some sense of when that's going to be coming to us.
Through you, Madam Mayor, you're correct. The revised investment policy does need to come to council. It is on the work plan. We're balancing that against the overall work plan, but I'm required to bring that to council this year. You actually have to review it every 12 months.
Yeah.
So it is due for review probably in the next 2 weeks, because I'll hopefully be on leave. But we do need to progress it through to council.
Thank you, Carl.
Councillors, we have a motion before us. Any further debate? All right, let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
Councillor Cameron stepped down.
No.
So not unanimous. Councillors, I would like to propose a procedural motion because we're approaching 8 o'clock, that we'll need to extend our meeting by half an hour to 8:30. Yep, let's call it 8:30. Don't make me do quick math right now. Not a good look after the investment borrowing report, is it? All right, councillors, do I have a proceed? Someone to move the procedural motion. Thank you, Councillor McGrath. And seconded Councillor Carter. All those in favour? Everyone except Councillor Cameron, who is absent.
Yeah. I think Councillor Cameron actually voted for it.
Actually, was that a hand in the air?
You want more time, don't you?
Actually, we got through 5 motions like
Bullshit. The tree policy got lots of, the tree questions got lots of.
Worked out well and truly.
All right, councillors, moving on from the investment and borrowing report, we're jumping over to 6.20, the draft financial statement referral to Auditor General, page 111. Councillors, we have a recommendation that the statements be signed in accordance with all of those parts of the Act and referred to the New South Wales Audit Office. Councillor Carter moving, seconded Councillor McGrath. Any comments? Councillor Carter.
Just 2 brief comments. I just want to commend the work of the CFO and the team of the CFO, as well as the Director of Corporate Community, as well as the leadership from the CEO. This went to Eric for the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee I mentioned earlier, and a drastic change of tone from previous conversations around our financial reports. And so the hard work that's gone, the professional work that's gone into improving the way that we present our information and understand our particular financial reporting requirements needs to be commended generally. So my thanks to all members of staff for significant hard work, and they should be accorded with appropriate recognition for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, and I'll just pass to our CEO for some further.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so very much, Councillor Carter, for those words. I know that means an incredible amount to the staff who have worked so hard to achieve the result that we had. I did just want to put on the public record that there needs to be a high level of caution, given, whilst this is a very good outcome, a positive outcome, this accompanied with the recommendation that you've just made with the discontinuing Craig O'Neill Stage 2 does not get us out of the woods. We still have a long road. We are still very much need to work every single day on our financial sustainability, and I just wanted to put that caution out there that whilst we're on a very positive trajectory, we're not out of the woods yet, and we need to make sure that we work every single day to achieve financial sustainability and to work on the structural deficit that we currently have before us at the moment. So thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
We're on 6:20, are we?
We are.
We are indeed. Just a question for the, through you, Madam Mayor, to the Chief Financial Officer. I noticed, partly because it was printed twice, on page 112, the landfill asset remediation figure in 23-24 was an increment of about $1 million. I would imagine that's for fixing up the landfill down at Juvenile, I would think. No, Juvenile.
We've got seven sites, so there's, I don't actually have the landfill report in front of me, but there's several landfill and quarry sites that we have that require remediation to EPA guidelines. And last year, 23-24, there was a revaluation undertaken on how much the estimated cost of that would be, which increased the provision by $1 million. And then this year, we've kept that provision at the right, same level.
Right. Okay, so it's not going up or down?
It's not going up or down, and as we undertake remediation work on those sites, we use the provision amounts to do that rectification.
Okay, thank you. Just needed clarification.
Councillor Carter.
Yeah, just to close this partnership, if that's right, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the key thing ultimately is there's one way of understanding, I think, what this sort of first year of this term has been around is about tidying up the house. We now have a tidy house, and that's a really important step. And I think it fits into the continued commitment to transparency around our existing financial position. It's not underestimating the challenges ahead of us, but allowing us a professional base to understand actually where we're trying to move from. So on that basis, again, my thanks to the work for the team, from the team.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. We'll now vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Okay, moving on to item 6.21, the monthly financial report on page 125. We have a recommendation that the August report be noted. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Seconded, Councillor Cherry. Councillor Cameron, you have the floor. Should you wish it?
No.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just, if I could just ask a question about our operating surplus. What are we tracking now? Did I hear 2.5?
Sorry for the deaf over here, can you just?
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to get clarification. What our estimated operating surplus is?
Which are we in?
621.
6.2.
Page 125.
Or maybe I'll ask you.
So it was on the
yeah, it was on the
financial statements,
and
then the financial year result.
Yeah.
was a 2.5 million surplus, once we take out the effect of federal grants.
Yes.
And that was compared to an estimated originally 4.7 million deficit in the original budget. But then as we did our quarterly budget reviews through the year, that helped us move the position that we've reported.
Thank you. Sorry, I was getting all muddled where I was going to ask
But
the question.
I also reiterate the CEO.
Yes, we're not out of the
Point
woods.
of caution.
Yes. All right, thank you. Councillors, do we have any further comments on that item? 6.21. Once again, thank you to the staff. It's really lovely to have these monthly plugins to see where we're at. We appreciate it. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Jumping over to item 6.2, no we're not, we're going, sorry, we've got to do 6.22. The submission on Yass Valley Council, Australian Government Productivity Commissioners Investing in Cheaper, Cleaner Energy and Net Zero Transformation Report. That's on page 133. And we have a recommendation that council notes that the submission be made. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Seconded, Councillor Cherry. Speakers for or against? Questions? Councillor Cameron.
A question, has this submission been made?
Yes.
It's been sent in?
Yes. It was a very short timeline.
I was probably noting my opposition to it because I think it should have been sent around before it was sent. The council is on it.
Councillor Cameron, that probably was my preferred approach. I was on leave for 3 weeks of the submission period, and literally worked the week. So I had engaged someone to help write the report whilst I was away, and came back and then filed it off over the weekend to get it to hit the submission period. So hence why you're being notified now.
Can I just ask a question about that? We need to probably change the recommendation though, right? Because it's already been made, right?
Yeah.
So we can't. We're asking if the submission be made. That's an action.
Oh, it has been, yes. The
So it should
council
be
notes
made.
for the submission
Has been.
has been made. Thank you, Councillor Carter. And can I just reiterate my thanks to our CEO who got back from her leave and really hit the skates rolling and did this clean-up of this submission. I think she was still answering my emails at 11:30 and then again at 7 o'clock in the morning off the back of doing that over her weekend. So I do appreciate her commitment to getting the job done. Thank you. And I also note that our local member, Wendy Tucker, also took the opportunity for this submission, which was great too. My thanks to her. Councillors, we have the recommendation before you, that it be noted that it's been made. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. That's unanimous. No, sorry, one against. Councillor Cameron. Sorry. Okay, councillors, we have the 6.23 2025 Local Government New South Wales Conference motions on page 135.
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Thank you, Councillor Sherry. I'm keen not to actually have the Local Government New South Wales Conference right now and debate them. But any speakers for or against?
We've got an extra hour.
No.
We'll just say Cherry behaves himself.
Councillor Cameron, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just have a question, not a question, a comment. With the national messaging system at the Water Conference, I did make the point, as you've alluded to here, that the national messaging system is going national, and there's work being done. I don't think it has been national.
Okay, it's just called.
If you read my report, you would have said that, would have seen that the the current one is being controlled by the police at the moment, and so this is a new system coming in that will make a lot of difference. I'm not sure, they were basically saying that you could actually, local councils could move quickly if they use their emergency coordinator efficiently enough to move quickly on whatever the issue is.
Thank you, councillors. There's no further commentary. We will put that motion. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Moving on to item 7.1, the notice of motion. Councillor McGrath, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 12 months ago, just during the council election, I gave an undertaking to a ratepayer that if this matter wasn't resolved in the next 12 months, I would put the motion before council and try to get some resolution. Most of us are aware of the fact that the route I alluded to in the motion is now pretty much a rat-based morning and afternoon. There's not much you can do about that as the town grows, traffic grows. Some of the older residents have been very concerned about the increase in traffic, but in particular the speed during peak hours. The route traverses Mont Street, Binks Road, Cliff Street and Wembley Street. Wembley Street in particular is a very narrow street, and if you get two cars parked close to one another, you've barely got room to pass between the two. No trouble if you've got a push bike, but if you're driving a four-wheel drive or something of that nature, you've got a problem. Additionally, there's very limited footpaths. So consequently, pedestrians, because of the nature of the nature strips, tend to walk on the roadway. When you've got high-speed cars and pedestrians, we know you've got a problem. Residents also have difficulty reversing out from their driveway because of concern about the speed. So I've kept the faith in presenting this notice of motion for consideration by councillors this evening. It's pretty straightforward. All it does is ask for a report and some recommendations on how to address the problems that are currently being encountered by the residents. So I commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Do we have a seconder?
Yes.
Thank you, you may now.
Yes, I think I've shown all my bullets.
Very succinctly, I think I just allowed that to happen. I'm so sorry, we're getting to the end of the meeting. Councillor, I have a question for the director, if I may. Sorry, Councillor Cherry, you have the right to speak next, sorry.
Just very quickly, Madam Mayor, I'd like to commend Councillor McGrath for bringing this forward.
Yes.
Myself and Councillor Rothwell have met with about 5 of the residents that live along, I believe, Windmill Road, that have raised these concerns. So when this was brought forward, I was very happy to see it. I'm very happy to see it in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cherry. I've just got a quick question for the director through the CEO. What is the expected budget and to create that report? Is that something in-house or is that a consultant? And if it's in-house, is that absorbed by our current budget?
Through you, Madam Mayor, so we can obviously refer it back to the local transport forum for their review, but ultimately this project or the review of this will require a local area traffic management plan, which will probably cost close to $20,000 to develop. I'd note the request to reduce the speed back to 40 kilometres an hour. Council isn't the delegated authority to do that. We would have to put a request to Transport for New South Wales and meet their criteria for that to happen, which we can put the submission in, but there's no guarantees that will be approved.
Would, Councillor McGrath, would you be amenable to an amendment to suggest that point 1, that the council requests of New South Wales and puts in a submission to lower the speed to 40, failing that, your motion as point 2 that we provide our own report and probably bring this back as a budget variation in the quarterly review.
I'm happy to
Yeah.
proceed on that basis, if it comes back.
Yes, so we've got a mechanism to pick it up again if we can't get what we need. And I made sure that I drove it twice, once when I was not in a rush and once when I was. And the natural speed of that Mod Street is definitely 40. Like it's when you drive it and you're focused on your safety, it's 40. And I think taking note of the amount of cars on that road, it is unequivocally being used as a get around, and I'm guilty too. So councillors, we will have one council request, make a submission, is that the right word? So council make a submission to Transport for New South Wales, or TF New South Wales, if that helps, to review the speed limit, requesting a reduction to 40 kilometres an hour.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just have a question. If we're making a submission to Transport for New South Wales, could we seek support from our local police as well to bolster up the submission?
So I'm just checking if that's normal practice. Would you look for that when you put in a submission?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the local transport forum includes police representing on their account, so we were to refer to the LTF first, and then we'll get their support as part of that.
Can we do that? So council will refer the matter to the local transport forum for support or seeking support.
Requesting support.
Thank you.
Do we need to, Thank
you.
influence them? Like, can't we just ask them their opinion? Because I don't think we should say what we want them to do.
I think if we're a council resolving something, we want to tell them exactly what we want.
Well,
They're engineers and police officers. They'll tell you if it can't be done, or as subject matter experts, they're not going to do anything that they don't agree with.
we don't want, we don't want them to request support to make a submission, requesting their support on reducing, is this the way it's expressed? Because we don't want them to request support to make a submission. It's support or supporting the submission.
Okay, that's what I'm
Yeah.
supporting the submission. Yep, thank you. Love it. Yeah, councillor Carter.
Somewhat controversially, though, I'm wondering if we could expand the area slightly. My real concern is Coburn Street and we all sat in a forum in the golf course where we heard people that were hit by cars crossing Coburn Street. I'm wondering if we've got a number of kids walking up and down that street from school every day. We've got large trucks running up and down that street as well. I would like us to consider Coburn Street as a suggestion. It may be no, but the risk, I think, is significant to our community. I understand it is a thoroughfare, but it is very hard now at times to get out of parks, into parks, up and down that street. And all we need is one of our kids to be hit by something, or a question to be asked, why didn't we consider this? I suspect it would be prudent for us to consider that as well. Probably between the two roundabouts, I suspect it's the suggestion.
Councillor Carter, I'm very tempted to do or support such an amendment, and it was something that was raised during the election period as well. However, I'm actually probably going to err on the side of caution that we seek community feedback on that. There may be something that we're not seeing, and I think given that it has a great deal of impact to the CBD area, we should probably seek to do that. I actually believe it may be a suggestion within the Main Street plan, the master plan. So rather than do it on the fly, we'll go away, do our homework, check that it's in the master plan, and by all means bring a motion back to the next meeting to trigger the next steps maybe, or we can work behind the scenes to get community feedback on that.
Madam Mayor, I concur with what you're saying. I think we should address one problem at a time. It might, otherwise we might, it might be a delayed process. I do recall the Yass Council, and particularly former Councillor O'Connor, making comments about the pedestrian crossings and the study that was done. It might be worth us having a little look at that report, because there was quite a lot of community angst and a whole lot of, well, Councillor O'Connor explained it in a whole lot of graphic ways.
Yes, they weren't pedestrian crossings, they were car crossings.
Yes, and so, but there would have been a traffic study done at the same time, I'm pretty sure.
There was. Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Yeah, I think that should form part of a separate look, but I commend Councillor Carter for raising it. It's something we need to look at. All right, Councillor McGrath, are you supportive of all the changes that have been made? And seconder? Thank you. I think we have a 1 and a 2. So I just want to double check that a report and recommendations being prepared addressing feasibility and likely benefits. Yes, that's all there.
Implementation statement for submission.
And yes, following that, make the submission.
Is the kilometres correct? I know it's kilometres, but is
there's no need for the L, that's what's doing it.
that
Yeah, that's what it is, yep. And councillors, we better put our skates on, we've got 9 minutes left on the clock.
Sure.
So 3 and make the submission, if that needs to be sent.
3 goes before. 2, because if you don't get 2, you do what there's 2. You want to get to the end, that's what you start saying, to then look at carbon measures. So the submission goes before the carbon measures before.
I said 2 includes establishing a 40-kilometre speed limit.
So you go 1 as it is, number 2 would be make a submission to Transport New South Wales, 3 would be if that fails, do the.
Thank you, so, okay, we're going to put it number 2, make a submission to TF for New South Wales for the speed reduction. Okay. Okay, beautiful. Thank you, councillors. Any further debate, comments? Councillor McGrath?
Put the vote.
Okay, let's put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Congratulations, Councillor McGrath. Something to be said for setting goals.
Yes.
Okay, 3 reports to go, councillors. We are up to 9.2, the minutes of the local transport forum held on the 19th.
8.1.
Oh, did we pull that one out too? Sorry, Councillor Cameron, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Quick motion that a committee of 2 councillors and a minimum of 3 community members be established to assist with the development of the tree management strategy.
Do we have that up on the screen?
No, because I haven't handed it in. You want to hand it in?
It's written it in chalk.
Sure. I'm not saying I'll just wait. Sorry.
We've done it 5.8.
Give it 40 minutes to get down, it'll be on the road for.
I beg your pardon, Councillor Cameron. I've been advised that we have to wait for you to bring a notice of motion through the next business paper. So
Why?
I'll just seek some advice through our CEO.
And I'm happy to refer to
Can we check the code of meeting practice 9.1 and 9.2? 9.2A says, clause 9.1 does not apply to the consideration of business at a meeting if the business is already before or directly related to a matter that was already before the council.
That's correct. That's correct.
Sorry, actually, wait.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I move it. Second it.
Okay.
Sorry. Good.
Councillor Cameron, you have the floor to speak, followed by Councillor Flannery, and then I'm going to ask a question about budget. So, carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just quickly, I just think just reminds me of the Open Space Committee where we did have councillors and community members working on the strategy. And I think rather than just have a consultant in, and I think the consultant could use somebody or a group of people who can help out with some of the issues that could be raised in regard to the tree management strategy. Thank you. Try and be direct.
Okay, Councillor Flannery.
I concur with the views of Councillor Cameron with significant interest in trees.
Can I ask a question, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
To the CEO, I mean, I commend the motion, I think it makes sense, but wouldn't we have this as part of like a subcommittee of the sustainability committee or something similar? I'm just wondering why we would need to suggest this as a standalone committee to this.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we're absolutely planning to have the advisory committees and focus groups come to council at the October meeting. It can be addressed through that. We do have a sustainability committee, which you could have a focus group with a start and end date for the development of the tree management strategy, if you so wish.
May I make a suggestion?
Feel free.
Councillors Cameron and Flannery, the motion has a lot of merit. At the time when we were doing the tree policy, I was seeking to have involvement of a range of organisations into it. I think if we were to lay this on the table and pick it up at the October meeting, if needed, because you may be able to get exactly what you want in the structure of as focus groups or committees, as we look at all of those committees at once.
That's acceptable.
That's acceptable? Okay. All right. Thank you, councillors. So we'll lay that motion on the table. We will have, okay, so that will get picked up as is if required, or it may be superseded by what you achieve during the committees, the organisational committees. Okay. We need a lady. Yeah, we need. Okay. So can I have a councillor to do a procedural motion to lay that on the table?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Cameron, if it's procedural, you can do it, can't you? Because it's not amended, non-foreshadowed. Yes, Councillor Cameron, you can. Just checking in my own head. Okay. Procedurals don't need a seconder. They do? Yeah, okay. Seconder, please. Sorry, thank you, Councillor Butler. So move to lay that item on the table. That's unanimous. Item
9.2, then comprehensive.
Thank you. The local transport forum held on August 19th, 184. Yeah, we're too close. Can I seek an extension, procedural motion to extend another half an hour, please? So moved, Councillor Carter. Councillor Butler.
Sorry, what was that?
We need to extend another 30 minutes. All those in favour for the extension of 30 minutes? Everyone except Councillor Cameron.
Mate.
It's right here.
I've got to hit the road early in the morning, that's all.
Yeah.
We're going to be quick now.
Yeah, okay, so, sorry, I need to get
to say nothing.
I need to get a vote on that. All those in favour? So Butler, McGrath, Carter, Charry, Jones, Yass, Rothwell.
You bullied them into it.
My voice tone, yes. Flannery, Cameron, that was unanimous. That was Carter and Butler seconding the time extension, extending that to 8:59. Let's keep moving, people. So the minutes of the local transport forum, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Flannery. Councillor Rothwell. Any debate? That's, let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? Sorry, I'm losing words. Unanimous? Okay, we've moved that item into confidential already, so we will close off the meeting for the live stream now. Could I, no one to check whether or not they object to us moving into confidential. So can I have a mover and seconder to move us into confidential? Cameron, Councillor Cameron, Councillor McGrath. All those in favour? So moved. We'll now end our live stream to conduct our confidential item.
Buy some property in Harden.
Councillors, we're just resuming the open council meeting, and I can, it is my great pleasure to announce that the tender submitted by Patements Power Solutions under contract YVCPE 29.2025 for the Yass pool power upgrade be accepted for a total cost of $330,000, $241.34. And that an adjustment in the first quarter budget review include the additional project cost totaling $11,100 sourced from the Victoria Park Internal Reserve. And a vote of thanks by way of mayoral letter be expressed to the Yass Swim Club for their amazing support of this project, their hard work and diligence. Thank you, Yass Swim Club. And that concludes our meeting. Thank you everyone for your attendance and thank you for watching at home.
Thanks, mate.